굿모닝. 4월 25일 화요일입니다. 아침에 특별히 할 거는 없어요, 지금도. 오늘 보면은 어제 밤새 선물 거의 안 움직인 것 같고요. 시장은 오늘, 무엇이냐. 빅테크의 실적, 이거를 좀 기다리고 있는 그런 하루가 아닌가, 이렇게 봅니다. 제 목소리 들리시죠? 수쌤 일박, 목드님, 수님, ATK님, 병환님, 베이님, 고치미너님, 샤이님, 선샤이님, 타미미님, 타크님, 쭈니님. 야, 좋네. 회식도 하고. 배고파지네. 이게 아침에 속이 쓰리지. 누가 땅을 샀나? 이렇게 배도 아프고. 오늘은 어떻게 될까요? 저의 그냥, 요즘엔 뉴스도 없어요. 그쵸? 뉴스도 별거 없고. 그냥 아침에 실적 나왔는데 GM, 맥도날 이렇게 지금 좋게 흐르는 것 같고 오늘 금리도 좀 내리는 것 같고요. 근데 딱 이상한 게 하나가 왜 TMF가 이게 빠졌을까? 아니야, TMF는 올랐는데 왜 나의 밸런스에서 줄은 걸로 나올까? 아니겠지? 뭔가 다른 거겠지? 어쨌거나 그리고 테슬라는 오늘도 흘러 어디까지 흘러갈지는 정말 예측하기 힘든 그런 위치인 것 같고요. 159, 160 이거 지켜야 되는 선을 아주 지금 버겁게 버티고 있는 것 같고요. 10년물도 많이 내렸어요. 오늘 10년물 3.4 그리고 달러 인덱스가 약간 올라가는데 그런 분위기고
Europe is also a bit of a wait. I'd say the most negative outlook on GDP is in the European region, and also Europe has moved into a high cost position region in our industry, which has not historically been that case. But overall, I do feel like things are starting to move in the positive direction.
어서 오세요, 빌리언님, 윌리엄님.
In the month of March, we've got some pricing nominations out.
마이크로소프트 실적 발표 25일 오늘입니다. 오늘 혹시 마이크로소프트의 기대감? 마이크로소프트는 챗GPT 얘기를 많이 해야 돼요. 그렇죠? 그래야지만 올라가니까. 아니, TMF 올라가고 있어요. 올라가고 있는데 평단가가 뭐가 좀 달라진 것 같아요. 하여튼 금액은 바뀐 거 없고 잠깐 착오를 했어요. 그리고 구글도 오늘이죠. 오늘 두 방이 있습니다. 두 방. 오늘 구글이랑 마이크로소프트 시장을 어떻게 이끌어줄지. 지금 현재로는 약간 소폭 하락으로 지금 프리마켓에서 시작되고 있는데요. 본장 열려보면 또 달라지겠죠.
They continue to be strong as well. Think personal goods for your everyday use, items at the grocery store. Apparel is starting to pick up a little bit, so polyester demand and clothing demand starting to pick up a little bit off of some low operating rates. And then EVs have been
맥도날드 오늘 실적 발표 잘 나오면서 지금 주가가 올라가 있고요. 과연 근데 이것도 계속 주가가 이렇게 높은 게 맞을까? 그것도 좀 의문이에요.
I struggle here, Jim, because
머닝이
uneven nature of the supply and demand
2.4불, P 레이쇼
especially plastics
34.
domestic demand.
그러면 대략 1불에 1불이 아니죠. 5불이죠.
But then you get to performance materials and coatings
2.4,
for consumer
2.5,
electronics and industrial end markets softening. Can you just
트레일리로 봤을 때 1불,
overall
1불에, 1불이 아니라 바보 아니야. 10불, 10불에 35, 350으로도 가도 되겠네.
Performance
오,
materials and coatings, well, if you
나쁘지
think
않네.
consumer electronics, not that that's the biggest driver for that segment, but if you think about
아니,
chips,
350으로 가면 안 되지.
chips, the biggest
어닝이
fall
너무
has
높아.
been on memory chips. And if you
270.
think about what drives that, it's gaming
anyway,
devices,
하여튼 얘네들도 오늘 실적이 나왔고요.
those kind of devices.
일단은 대응을 어떻게 할지
And of course,
좀
the consumer now
오늘
is
시작할 때까지 좀 기다려 보도록 하지. 한 10분 남았으니까요.
dollars what they're not spending at the grocery store, they're spending it on travel. They might be spending it on an EV, and so there's less to go around. And I would say until we start to see interest rates soften a little bit and start to see people get back into the housing market, you're not going to see the durable goods side pick up. So I would say durable goods is what's dragging the industrial economy down, but on everyday items, you know, those parts of our business are continuing to look good. In industrial
지금 아침이라 그냥 머리가 맑아야 되는데
it goes into appliances, it goes
막지가 않아요.
refrigerated storage and refrigerated trucking. Those are all a little bit soft compared to last year, and I think it's going to take a while before that housing market picks up.
Well, one of the things, Jim, you mentioned that there is some self-help. Could you explain to people what exactly you're doing? Because you've been doing self-help. How much, the cost side here, a little bigger than I thought.
어서 오세요. 하워드 유님, 해피라이트님.
What was left to cut out?
Well, we have to adjust obviously to the lower demand rates, which means we've got to bring operating rates down in some regions. Primarily that has meant Europe. Europe operating rates are running about 10 percentage points lower than they are the rest of the world. In our cost advantage regions in Canada, the United States, and Argentina, in the Middle East, we're running at pretty high operating rates. So some adjustment needs to be made for that.
지금 마켓은 한 0.4%, 0.2% 정도 하락한 대로 시작하고 있고요. 러셀 같은 경우에는 상당히 많이 빠졌네요. 1%가 빠진 상태로 시작하고 있어요.
And I think that we will continue to keep pressure on that until we see some really strong demand signals come through.
All right, well, we'll be watching closely for those strong demand signals as well. Jim, we got to leave it there for today, but it's good to see you. Thank you for taking the time.
Always good to see you. Take care.
Still to come this morning, got an exclusive with McDonald's Chris Kempczinski in the next hour. Higher prices, increased traffic contributing to the company's quarterly beat. In the meantime, futures a little subdued here as we are in day 2 of this week-long peak of earnings season. We're back in a moment.
오늘의 게임 플랜. 일단 혹시라도 시장이 오늘 올라오면 구글이나 마이크로소프트 실적 발표 기다리지 않고 올라온 애들 좀 비중을 조절한다. 그게 저의 게임 플랜입니다. 오늘.
Let's get you a mad dash and then an opening bell about 3 minutes from now. Continued fallout from Bed Bath & Beyond's liquidation.
Yeah, there's a very thoughtful piece by Bernstein today in light of the fact that, say, the great Peter Lynch talked about buying TJX. Travel Trust owns TJX. Target has so many stores next to Bed Bath. They have more than 500 stores. $6 billion up for grabs, okay?
$6 billion in sales up
Yeah.
for grabs, essentially from the fact that Bed Bath will no longer be operating.
This piece says don't be so quick to buy them because initially you're going to have a downdraft. And it does remind me, when you saw Sports Authority liquidate, you had a downdraft in Dick's, but then you had just an upward trajectory that you had to buy the downdraft. So understand that why TJX could be down after this, even though you think they're going to be the biggest beneficiary, it's because you're going to have some softness because of the stuff's being dumped in the channel. So let's, I am excited about TJX, but I'm tempering my expectations. I have a call today with club members, and I have to tell you, I think it's a great opportunity, but I also recognize that it can't go up immediately. You would think it would after its competitor dumps a lot of stuff to them, too.
Yeah. I always think it's worth mentioning TJX is far larger than Target market cap-wise, or far 15 billion larger, 90 billion to 75 billion. So it's a bigger company, TJX, than people perhaps realize, given its profile is, as we always say, relatively low.
You know why? They're the least promotional.
They don't talk.
In these conference calls, you never hear them other than at the conference call, and the conference call is very tight.
Right.
So do they do themselves a disservice? They just say, look, look at the numbers, is what they say. Look at the numbers. The numbers are darn good. But short term, I understand now. I was puzzled about how they could not be a huge winner. They will be a winner, but right now the liquidation sucks oxygen out of the market, according to Bernstein. It's pretty. I hate that term, but
Yeah, you don't want oxygen being sucked
No.
out of anything.
no.
지금 나스닥 선물로 바꿔놓을게요.
It's Toto.
It's what?
Turn off the oxygen. Toto.
Overall, Jim, we had about 60 earnings this morning, thanks Bespoke. EPS beat rates about 77.
Right.
That's relatively high. You got 5 raising guidance, 2 lowering guidance. Still waiting for any kind of earnings apocalypse? in your
Yeah,
view?
I'm not seeing it. I think that the market is regarding something.
지금 20초 남습니다. 20초.
$1.50 initially. I listened to Phil LeBeau's interview. I don't know if I want to sell that. I think that they've managed to a lot of people are trying to straddle internal combustion engine straddle versus EV. I don't know. I mean, Verizon was not good. First Republic. David told the story better than anyone could, and it's the overhang.
Yeah. Let's get to the opening bell here in the CNBC Real-Time Exchange. And the big board, Kovitz Investment Group celebrating the recent listing of its core equity ETF at the NASDAQ. Guiding eyes for the blind, a provider of guide dogs to people with vision loss. As we settle in here for the morning at around 41.37. Dow opening up 21, let's say. Dow down 36. You mentioned GM. Adam Jonas.
시작했습니다.
Q1's annualizing to about $9 of EPS, but it would be closer to 11 if not for Cruise and EV. Right, they're having to make those tough choices, as you said.
They have to invest. But let me just tell you how hard today is. PepsiCo is up 3.5%.
파라울 시작하네요.
And then I went through the conference call, through the what the company has to say is very strong. And yet it's only up $1.30. And that is strictly because of the market, not because of anything PepsiCo did good. Was it as good as Coca-Cola? I don't know. I could argue that these companies they raise price and nobody stops eating snacks. And although Hugh Johnson did say that they've gone he told me something very interesting. He said there are some people who might have gone to Walmart who are now going to Dollar Tree or to the dollar stores. And Carl, we got a strong economy. So that is a little surprising to me. As long as employment goes up, you would think that Walmart's the winner. But I see things that people want to be more negative than it should be.
Check out KMB. They beat by a penny. They raised the adjusted EPS guide. Gross margins up 340 basis points, right? Because input inflation is slowing faster than consumer inflation.
And that's what Proctor said. I think you could listen to what Jim Fitterling said, put it all together, and realize that the price that they've been raising prices and raising prices, like Procter. And finally, they've raised prices, and the raw costs are not going up. So Kimberly can hit a 52-week high, even though it's so hated by the analysts. It's just incredible. Whirlpool, same thing.
Whirlpool, yeah.
You know, last night, I know last night was a year ago, but look, I think that Mark Blitzer, he's telling a good story. Blitzer's going to win tonight, and I've been waiting for this quarter for a long time.
PHM, you could throw in there as well. Closings up 6, ASP's up 9, $1 billion to the buyback. I mean,
know.
Jim, this is the anti-recession chart.
Well, I mean, you know, look at the housing's supposed to go down here. I mean, David, the reason why a lot of people confuse the best acting portfolio right now would be a group of housing stocks during a period when mortgage rates are soaring. Now, what is that?
Tell me what that is.
It's a
'cause it
housing
seems
shortage, and
counterintuitive.
a lot of you just can't build as much as that. Well, you look at these. I have Lennar on.
여기서 밀고 올라가야 되는데 이거 밀리네.
Jesus, send me an invitation to your funeral if you're short these stocks.
You love that.
I do. Well, that was the great Jim Fisk said it. I mean,
They have moved up. All right, I got one for you guys that we haven't
What?
mentioned at all. Up 10%.
what?
Spotify.
Well, the sign-ups are dramatically better.
Their engagement it's never been higher.
545 million. The
Give me the number. 5 what?
545 versus
The
500
heck?
In terms of average users.
monthly average users.
Monthly average
It's
users.
gigantic.
They also are raising the prospect of future price increases, which is encouraging people because, of course, that's sort of what they set up for. Not necessarily in the U.S., but other parts, because the average price is still in the 4s that people pay. I pay $15 a month, but I guess a lot of people don't. And so very much encouraging. Advertising, obviously, not as strong, perhaps, but strong. I mean, not a strong market, but an important component for them still in terms of percent of revenue, right around where it has been,
Well,
11%.
I mean, let's say you have a command of a lot of people. You're winning, say, 4 out of 10 nights on TV, and then suddenly you don't have a show. Would you think about going to Spotify?
I don't know.
Good answer.
I don't know.
Good answer.
Maybe
It was
you would.
actually, I was leading the witness.
Yeah,
You know?
it didn't
I mean, especially when you're still getting paid on your old deal.
Well, you know what?
You know, you can sort of
And
test
you
the
renewed in
waters.
21.
And you renewed in 21.
I just think the platform is much bigger than.
All right,
people
I'm
realize.
out of here. I'll admit it.
No,
I'll
will
see you guys.
stop?
No, it's not me.
I'm talking about Tucker Carlson. I think if you do go, and I don't know him personally, he's not a fan of my work, but
I don't
that's
know
okay.
is
I don't
Daniel
take
Ek
anything
paying up
personally.
for podcasts anymore? I mean, I'm not sure they are, right?
Well, I just think if you have a core audience,
I mean,
they'll
Emma
follow
Chamberlain
you.
and Joe Rogan, yeah, but
Look, Joe Rogan is one of the most powerful people in the media. And when he does a boneyard story, I'm listening. You know, I mean, Mark Zuckerberg goes on Joe Rogan.
Elon Musk has his
We
way.
just got a bearish cross in market net flow. Market is diverging from what the market net flow is expecting. Might be time for an exit.
Everyone is scared of media. Well, maybe you ought to be thinking about this as a very disruptive force. I thought it originally lost its
아직 방향이
really bad. Very impressive.
아주 클리어하지 않아요 아직은.
A lot of the comps are impressive. 12.6 globally, 12.6 US. Stocks down a bit. There
Sure.
were some questions about EBIT margins.
숏 포지션.
Talk to Chris in the next hour.
I thought with 40% digital, the EBIT margins would be better. But you know, look at this stock. I mean, this stock has been a halo. It's just drawn money, drawn money, drawn money. I think this is just classic sell-off, profit-taking. I know that term it gets used too much, but this thing's been a horse. And what they did deliver was a little better than expected. And I'll take that any day of the week. This one's a buy after it shakes out. I mean, it's kind of like GE.
Net premiums for market calls just got negative for the day. That is a bearish sign.
Give me a break.
Net premiums for market puts just got negative for the day. That is a bullish sign. Market is diverging from what the market net flow is expecting. Might be time for an exit.
You've got a company where the CEO can't go to China, but the Chinese orders are good. And by the way, in terms of air cover of Ukraine, so many people have told me, listen, the Russians are going to have air superiority. Good luck. The Patriot missiles are there, 4 batteries. They can take care of it.
이 밑에 파란 존 뚫리면은 이제는 피보까지 빠질 겁니다.
No, he himself.
Right, because is that recent? That's a fairly recent
because
ban,
they have-
right? In
they have
terms of the
defense.
back and forth
Yeah.
with our defense, with our
Larry
competition
Cole
over
out
defense.
in China.
Lockheed as well is among the
Yes, I
sanctions.
mean,
Right.
and I think that what that's interesting is James Takelet delivered just a monster good quarter.
Oh.
Raytheon beat
At
down.
Lockheed, you're talking about.
Yeah.
Jim
Should
Takelet.
Raytheon be down? Look, it's better than expected. I mean, you mentioned so far this plus 7% better than expected. We're seeing a lot of companies whose stocks were reflecting better than expected, and they're giving you better than expected. And then you're getting a UPS where you did kind of hope that there would be good e-commerce, and then it just looks like e-commerce is
이제
slow.
리버설이 됐네.
I question that. I just didn't see e-commerce slow, but we'll know from Amazon.
I was going to ask you about Microsoft tonight, which is off $10 in the last 6 sessions or so.
I think it's reflecting the fact that a lot of people got very excited about AI, which, by the way, NVIDIA put out some guardrail rules today. We have to dig deeper on that.
People should get excited about AI.
Well,
It's
but-
all everybody wants to talk about, and it's a real moment,
But when
without a
you
doubt.
leap through a possible data center slowdown and Azure slowdown to be an AI, that's what people worry
Right.
about.
I mean, but AI is going to require an enormous amount of computing power.
True, which is why I
So
like
it may
NVIDIA.
reverse what you're talking about. Those slowdowns that you're talking
I'm
about
just
may
saying-
not actually occur as much as they might have.
A long-term investor is going to be very excited and look through any Azure slowdown. But if Azure slows down, which is, of course, we know their web services.
We know
and-
Amazon Web Services
and
slow,
Amazon
yes.
slows.
The growth.
테슬라는 버티긴 하네요, 지금.
And I think people might just say, you know what, I can't look.
테슬라는 또 하락하고 160대를 버티고 있는 것 같고요.
I think AI is incredibly exciting. You should look right through it. Chapel Trust owns Microsoft. If this thing just gets clobbered, just buy it.
Well, speaking of it, we should get some commentary about it from Alphabet when it reports the quarter.
That I'm worried about.
Yeah,
still
perhaps
living
for
in-
good reason.
They're still living in La La Land. I mean, they don't
What
even,
does that mean?
well, like they have a lot of different, like how's Fitbit?
지금 여기서 이제 반등 타임이 올 건지 지금 밑에가 깨지가 않았어요.
Apparently, they've got a lot of cars driving around San Francisco without drivers, which is starting to get on people's nerves.
That's like the U.S. government budget. You know, it's like, wow, what are they doing with this program, that program?
Well, we made the point before. They've spent an enormous amount of money, and it's not clear what return they've gotten. Meanwhile, their monopoly in search seems to be now under threat.
Right, because of Bing. But you know what? This is a good example. They got the football package, right? But they have so much going on, you don't even hear about it. They have to they have to challenge themselves. They have to say, you know what? We are not a healthcare company and a Fitbit company. We're not a Waymo. We're something. And we're going to beat, come on, bring all comers, Microsoft. But they are right now a bloated, overhired COVID company versus Chainsaw.
Yeah, and also not run by their founder, who's who's driven like a Zuckerberg
which
or a
is
Musk,
Chainsaw.
who just will stop at nothing potentially.
Well, that's why I'm calling Chainsaw. You're not picking up on it.
Chainsaw.
Zuckerberg. That's what they all call.
Yeah, well,
Everybody calls him.
there was a guy we used to call Chainsaw.
No, that guy
remember
was
him?
dishonest.
Al Dunlap.
No,
Yeah,
that
Al
guy was dishonest. Zuckerberg is just
We just got a bullish cross in market net flow.
Is that a new nickname you've come up with for Zuckerberg?
I gotta come up. What do you want me to call him? I don't know. Bandsaw. No. I mean, I don't know. Hatchet.
Yesterday, B of A was the desk was asking whether or not the OPEX layoff trade is getting old or getting thin after all these months.
Well, I mean,
Do you think
look,
there's more there on selective names?
Today, I mean, you have every great quarter and the stocks are going down. So I would say you don't count on it. The winner today is one that I think Dave is going to find hilarious. It's T-Mobile.
T-Mobile. Yeah.
It's
up?
just incredible.
Well,
I mean,
AT&T's in the green now too.
are they just shared owners at this point, David?
What, AT&T and Verizon?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Verizon, though, shares are really not down very much, 0.38% right now.
Right.
Down a little over 6% for the year, though. AT&T now down 4.3% for the year, of course.
Net premiums for market calls just got positive for the day. That is a bullish sign.
Look, it is up. This
Net premiums for market puts just got positive for the day. That is a bearish sign.
Well above the corresponding market value of Verizon at 155 billion or AT&T at 125 billion.
오케이, 롱 올라갑니다.
Time these things happen, these enormous shifts occur, and sometimes we can lose sight of them. But
Hey, how about Mike Rome? Mike Rome,
Mike who? Mike Roman?
Mike Roman.
At 3M?
오케이, 고고고고.
Talked about him already.
No, but the stock's up.
Oh, yeah.
I sound like
My God, you
I sound like a
아, 변동수가 엄청 크다.
hit a very high note there.
Well, no, because I want 3M to do better. It's a great American company.
Yeah.
And I want them to be able to put the groundwater and put combat arms in the past.
I'm sure they would like to as well.
they share my desire.
First crack above the 50-day since
Well, it's just-
January.
Yes, I think it's worth noting. I mean, that is a dividend aristocrat.
Net premiums for market calls just got positive for the day. That is a bullish sign.
Good if it went up.
Net premiums for market puts just got positive for the day. That is a bearish sign.
일절. 아, 아쉽다. 고점에서 못 잡았어. 고점에서 타질 못했어.
Down 5, 6.
Okay.
Asia's a big part of that, but she uses it to say when will the Fed and economists start responding to the real world.
Well, I think that's an interesting question because if you're any one of the companies I talked with this morning, the answer is they still have tremendous wage inflation. Until you don't have wage inflation, I think that's when the Fed's done. It's just very hard to find engineers, very hard to find pilots, very hard to find skilled players because so many people between the age of 58 and 62 saw that there was more to life. How about the fact, when you have Jim Fitterling on from Dow Chemical, and he's saying that his numbers weren't as good, David, because of travel.
Yeah. Because people aren't spending as much on devices.
Because people
Net premiums for market calls just got positive for the day. That is a bullish sign. Net premiums for market puts just got positive for the day. That is a bearish sign.
JetBlue, you had love last night.
Short.
I I came out thinking that Southwest, I mean, I know that it's very challenged, and it's not done going down necessarily. They have so many, look, they're still going point to point they think is good, but they have had so many issues. They're adding more and more to spending on tech, but they need pilots. They need everybody. They need everyone. Dave,
They need everyone.
they need everyone.
A couple of things I wanted to quickly hit. Endeavor Group is up about 2.5%. Remember Nick Bollettieri? Remember that the Academy? Remember that thing, IMG Academy? They've sold it. They owned it. They sold it for $1.25 billion to a private equity firm, all-cash deal. The big deal here, of course, was
We just got a bearish cross in market net flow.
It's their intent to obviously spin out UFC into WWE, creating a new company of which Endeavor will be the control holder, 51%. But there's a lot of other value there, at least. If you're talking Ari Emanuel, he'd tell you that, and this is a sign of that.
He would?
Being able to sell this asset for $1.25
He would tell
billion
you
in
that.
cash. He would tell you that. Don't you think he would tell you that? You think he'd
they
tell
are-
you that about 7 different ways?
They are my agent. There are phone calls
Yes.
with an area
Do you
code.
think he would call or text or send a carrier pigeon?
I think all of those.
the message?
All those and above. I'm waiting for
but the
if I had a
market-
house phone to be like, hey, Ari's on the line.
But the
Oh, okay, Lisa. All right, I'll be right there.
market is responding up a little over 3%. And guys, it is we should come back
You're
to
going back to First
Yeah, we
Republic.
should come back
Go
to First
ahead.
Republic. Stock's down about 29% as we discussed earlier, of course, and
간다, 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 간다.
to me at least by people who are
We just got a bearish cross in market net flow.
Be crucial for the bank as it tries to really get itself on sounder footing. The effort underway. It's unclear exactly how much momentum is behind it. Is led by Treasury, White House, Fed involved as well. Sort of trying to put together a plan under which those big banks that came to its aid with that deposit back on the 16th of March, remember, of $30 billion would now yet again come in some fashion to take loans off its balance sheet, pay a premium for them, at least where they would be marked in the marketplace, allowing the balance sheet to repair to a certain extent, and then allow First Republic to go out and raise additional equity. Will that plan come together, or some other plan that again would put the balance sheet in a better place? Very much unclear.
Okay, so
Unclear
David-
what motivates those banks to do that, other than the long hand of the government, and unclear how heavy the government wants to be in putting that hand on the shoulder of the big banks in order for them to
Net premiums for market calls just got negative for the day. That is a bearish sign.
and sharing any details we get along the way.
What does it say that they didn't have something lined up before they reported this quarter?
Say that again.
That they
Jim.
didn't have anything lined up before they reported this quarter, where they really rely on the idea that they've had deposit inflows over a quarter, maybe how many days in March? 30 days has September, April, June, and November.
Yes,
so they
31.
got 4 days because they said March 27th. If it was if it was like February.
You know, I do think that they've been trying to sort of pursue this effort in some
Tom
way.
Barrett making a lot of phone calls.
He is.
바빠 따라나기가.
Got bankers working for them. They've got, the government obviously is paying attention. But again, I'll come back to you.
이렇게 이제 숏을 잡았고 이제는
Receivership at the
더 내려가나?
FDIC. Assessments might go up for many of the big banks. there obviously would be a risk. You bring it back into for the marketplace's psychology. But is it systemic?
No. No, it's small.
Net premiums for market calls just got negative for the day. That is a bearish sign.
더 떨어지네. 완전 가네, 완전 가.
This possibility now, Jim, for a month and a half.
I know. I mean, look, what is the haircut that they're going to have? I don't know. We could sit
야,
here and
엄청
say,
가져놓네요.
this is a run at the bank. We should all be scared. Or we can say, hey, no kidding. How about no kidding? How about the fact
지금
that
테스팅,
reported that they had
지금 저점 테스팅 하고 있어요.
any other regional when this was over? But we just had a week of bank earnings. And 2 weeks of we also had big earnings. And I just feel like that it went through okay. Not a lot
이제 다시 라운드 출입해서 올라갈 수 있을지 제가 볼 때는 못 올라갈 것 같아 이제는.
versus the inflationary scenario, and it might be even. It might be a push, so they could push us over if they did more than one push.
Sure. Well, we've already got Goldman trying to quantify how many points it'll take away from GDP, any kind of contraction in lending because of this.
Interesting,
Yeah.
because that's the right thing. Because commercial real estate, everybody just the first thing they say is, "Hi, my name is I don't do any commercial real estate," and we. Oh,
Right.
But then you should say who your name is.
These guys had First Public had a great business, and it's certainly you would expect some of the banks that might be asked to come to its aid here would be very happy to take some of that business and have been.
Right.
Wealth advisors and the like as well. It's not just them making mortgages. They have a wealth advisory unit with some very high earners and a lot of assets that have been moving out of the bank as well.
Yeah, it's just no franchise can survive a deposit outflow like that.
It's an
You
unfortunate
just can't.
situation that was not necessarily of their own making. Certainly nothing.
Very good. Hey, good analysis.
They,
Good analysis. What am I?
yeah, no, I hear you.
Good analysis.
Always good to get a good.
Fabulous analysis.
Well, it's even better to get a fabulous. I'll take it.
Best in show.
Great inflation right there.
Yeah.
So the eco data today definitely taking a backseat to corporate results, but Philly Fed down 22.8, worst month on month since December of 2020. Look at bonds today. You'll see the 2-year trying to hold 4, 10-year back to 3.4 or so. We'll get consumer confidence in new homes in about 12 minutes.
아, 아침은 완전히 이거는 투기장이네, 투기장. 아침.
Net premiums for market calls just got positive for the day. That is a bullish sign.
지금 전에 너무 조용하죠? 이 부분에서 지금 치열한 것 같아요.
Net premiums for market calls just got negative for the day. That is a bearish sign.
S&P down to 4113 this morning. Dow's off about 60. This morning, B of A takes a look at the top gainers of the year, Jim. You got to get to number 10, Visa, before it's a non-tech company. And the top 5 make up 67% of the points year to date.
And how's my friends at NVIDIA doing?
They're way up there.
Unbelievable. They just put out some open source toolkit developers use to add topical safety and security features. David, that's
여기가 아주 치열하네. 여기서
I'm sure will make all the difference.
여기서 어떻게 되느냐가 오늘의 판세를 가를 것 같네요. 쇼 포지션이고요, 저는. FRC는
Net premiums for
올라오네요,
market
오늘.
calls
지금.
just got positive
오늘이
for the
아니라
day.
지금.
That is a bullish sign.
야, 이건 쇼 포지션도 아니고. 저는 쇼 포지션 가지고 있긴 한데, 지금 애매하네요. 흐름이.
I think he's crushing it. And then Whirlpool. I mean, honestly, it's a good quarter. Look, I think you have to make soda or you have to make tissue to be up in this market.
뉴스 나온 게 크게 이펙트가 있는 것 같지는 않고요.
That is a bullish sign.
Thank you.
Mad Money, of course, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. When we come back, an exclusive with the CEO of McDonald's, Chris Kempczinski, when we return.
쇼 포지션 아직도 가지고 있습니다. 아직 결판이 나지 않았어요. 내려가는 게 그렇게 심하게 내려가지가 않아가지고. 네, 다음. 아직도 쇼 포지션 그대로 가지고 있어요. 지금 결판이 안 나네요, 여기서. 이제는 올라올래나? 그런 것 같아요. 더블 바람 만든 것 같아요. 그렇죠?
Good Tuesday morning and welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla and David Faber, live for you as always at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Take a look at stocks under a little pressure here this morning.
지금
Very busy day of
컨퍼런스 보드에 나오는 컨퍼런스 보드에서 발표하는 컨슈머 컨피던스가 7시에 나옵니다. 1분 정도, 1분도 안 남았죠? 30초 남았죠?
watching right now. It's all earnings related. We'll start with UPS. Falling after reporting a miss on earnings, CEO Carol Tomé citing a deceleration in U.S. retail sales, resulting in lower than anticipated volumes. That stock down 9%. 3M, though, tops earnings estimates, but the company also announces it would cut around 6,000 positions globally in an effort to focus on high-growth markets such as automotive electrification and home improvement. That stock's up a bit. And McDonald's
이게 시장에 영향을 미칠까요? 이 컨퍼런스 보드 발표가?
both in the U.S. and abroad. Shares did hit a new high earlier, but have backed off after the conference call. We'll have an exclusive interview with McDonald's CEO in just a few minutes during this hour. Carl.
Been a busy morning for EcoData as well. We got Philly Fed with a bit of a disappointment.
Actual 101.3, forecast 104, previous 104.2. 안 좋은 게 좋은 건가? 지금 그런 분위기? 안 좋은 게 좋은 거? 안 좋은 게 좋은 거?
New home sales for the month of March, a beat for a change, 683,000 seasonally adjusted annualized units. It's about 50,000 better than expected.
수익 실현.
683,000 is the best month-over-month pace since, let's see, 683,000. We're going to have to go back to March of last year.
지금 또 저항에 딱 걸려 있습니다.
That makes it up nearly 10% from the still unrevised 640,000 in the rearview mirror. Consumer confidence for the month of
농진입.
expected to be at 104.0, and this is a big miss. 101.3, 101.3.
농진입 잘못했나? 또 찍었어야 되나? 올라갔던 거에 대해서.
Present situation 151.1. That equals what's in the rearview mirror, but that was revised to
이야.
148.9, and 148.9 last month was the lightest all year till December of last year. And finally, what lies ahead or expectations, 68.1, 73 last time gets moved up to 74, 68.1 is on the light side, the lightest since July of last year. So now let's turn to Diana to discuss that up almost 10% March new home sales. What did you think, Diana?
Well, Rick, for sure it was a beat, and I'm a little surprised actually because these
지금 홈 세일즈는 예상치보다 더 높게 나왔어요. 홈 세일즈는.
and that was when mortgage rates went over 7% to start the month and really stayed pretty high throughout most of March. But we're hearing from the builders that they're using incentives, especially those mortgage rate buy downs. So that's probably why you saw this demand come in as high. March was revised down slightly to 623,000, and the price was still up 3% year over year. So builders are giving incentives, but they're not necessarily lowering prices. What I am seeing, though, is that the supply of new homes for sale is dropping. It had been over an 8-month supply, now 7.6 months. The existing home supply, 2.5 months. And that's why the builders say they're
Come on.
benefiting so much from this lack of supply.
Give me a direction. Give me a direction.
Homes, they reported better than expected earnings after D.R. Horton did the same last week. And what they continue to say is they're seeing strong demand from buyers coming in because there's nothing for sale on the
지금 홈 세일즈는 잘 나오고 홈 세일즈 쪽은 잘 나온 것 같고요. 지금 컨퍼런스 보드에서 나오는 컨슈머 컨피던스는 좀 떨어졌고요.
construction site here, it's because we are going to do a story about the largest geothermal multifamily apartment complex in the nation. We'll tell you all about it coming up later in this hour. Sarah, back to you.
All right, we'll see you then. Diana Olick coming later this hour. Got to start with the banks. First Republic shares are tanking right now. The regional bank saying deposits were down nearly 41% in the first quarter. We knew it would be bad, but that was worse than Wall Street expected. The CEO, however, saying the situation has stabilized a bit lately. Have a listen from the call.
As the industry events unfolded in March,
지금 이 두 밴드 사이에서
unprecedented deposit outflows. Beginning the week of March 27th, our deposits stabilized, and they have remained stable since that time.
Not given a whole lot of relief to shareholders today. The stock is down another 27%. The deposit number at 104.5 billion, David, missed the 137 billion expectation, and that was even with the 30 billion that the big banks had to put in terms of deposits to try to help bridge this bank.
Yeah, March 16th is when they had that infusion of the 30 billion. Of course, you take that out of the mix, and they lost 100 billion, not 70 billion in deposits during that period of time. I've been reporting on the current situation, and I guess the headline
쇼 사이드로 가네요 이제.
seem to be crucial. Given the number of people I've spoken to who are involved in trying to fashion a plan in some way that would save the bank, so to speak. How would that be done? Well, there's a hope at least that you could get together the same consortium of banks, or at least many of those who chose to make
손만 바쁘다 진짜.
on March 16th.
이제부터 좀 안정이 되지 않을까 싶긴 한데.
That would then go and buy the loans and securities off of the balance sheet of First Republic above where they'd be marked in the marketplace, so a premium to that, but below perhaps where
이게 어제 선물 시장의 저점이랑 거의 비슷한 수준의 위치거든요.
the bank to take in money.
이제 거기서부터 홀딩이 되면 좋고 홀딩이 못 되면은 이제부터 어려운 상황이 될 수도 있죠.
25 billion, and were it to be in receivership, taken into receivership, could be higher than that even, and then allow the bank to go out and raise new equity. So that's the plan that there's a hope for. Treasury, the White House, the Fed, certainly involved in those conversations, and that's been going on for a few weeks, is my understanding. What is unclear is whether or not the banks, Sarah, are willing to actually play ball, whether they feel a real need to step up here, how heavy the hand from Treasury or others will be on the shoulder of those banks in terms of saying you must do this. Many of them perhaps would be beneficiaries of this company, of this bank going into receivership and taking parts of its business perhaps after that or even during this period. There does not appear, at least in the opinion of those I've spoken to who are advising Treasury and the like, to be
이제 바닥 잡고 천천히 밀려 올라오는 듯한 느낌 주죠.
sector basis for what we would call this open
Hopefully that's right.
rescue, as opposed to what you'd be a closed rescue being the FDIC FDIC takes it into receivership. I am told Gavin Newsom, the California governor, is very anxious to not see another bank in his state go that route. But these next few days could be crucial.
I think the important part is it doesn't appear to be systemic right now. Yes, we're seeing a big decline in that stock, but it's not really spilling over.
정말 뭔가 기준이 없이 그냥 엄청나게 그냥 변동성으로
Kind of contagion risk that we saw early March. I don't think you can argue that. And just a further point on that, overnight we got this joint statement by the Fed and the Bank of Japan and the ECB. They all came out together and said they're going to change the dollar liquidity lines to a more regular schedule.
바이든이
Specifically said in a
스타쉽 타고 가면은
stresses have been alleviated in the
내가
system.
대기권 벗어나기 전에 충격받을 것 같은데.
I thought that was a really positive sign because we weren't there a few weeks ago.
No, we weren't. Now, there is still a question, of course, of if, in fact, First Republic were taking...
왜 무슨 느낌 뭐
impact would be.
난 얘기한 게 없는데.
But to your point, there is a belief that it's certainly not systemic at this point. The marketplace, in many ways, has been anticipating that possibility for weeks now. I have referred to the bank in the past, as many have told me, as a zombie in the sense of it doesn't necessarily need to die, but it's going to have a hard time sort of living in terms of actually making money, given the cost of its deposit base at this
short-sighted다.
point. And the loans and securities it has on its balance sheet that are not paying it nearly enough. So that continues to be the question. There is this hope for this plan, but it's very much unclear whether it can come together. One of the propositions to the banks would be, well, listen, if you don't do this,
수익 실현하는데 타이밍 고치기 되게 힘드네.
so maybe you want to consider
수익 실현하려고 그러면 딱 움직이고 수익 실현하려고 그러면 딱 움직이고 그래가지고
about FDIC insurance and where that really stands and what it's really for. Do you really want to take the risk?
미리 걸어놔야지. 근데 걸어놓는다고 되는 게 아닌데 지금 타이밍은.
But it's unclear how it's being received.
Meantime, we mentioned some of
보고
the
쳐야
sellers
되는데.
of the equity, but Janney's like fair value of 8, which is even below these levels, and they argue need to raise capital to offset potential losses. Haven't had a return on assets greater than 1% since 2016. So this growth at all costs model, they argue, to pivot away from that is probably asking a lot at this stage of the game.
The analyst notes are pretty dire on this name today. The only good thing, David, is that Treasury and FDIC have had a few weeks to figure out what they're going to do with First Republic. They saw this coming because it was the next domino, and they've had a few weeks to figure out questions like, are we going to...
White House Fed Treasury considering plan to save First Republic. First Republic을 살리겠다고 뉴스가 나오네요. 화이트하우스에서. 화이트하우스랑 페드랑 트레저리랑 같이 셋이서 삼총사가.
If the banks would agree to it, they would do it. I mean, why not, right? You get First Republic to live on, you give it an opportunity to once again sort of repair its balance sheet and grow over time. But it's just unclear how much influence, again, the government is willing to actually try to push these banks towards.
With all the banking drama,
겁나서 못 들어가겠다 많이.
nerdy releases. Today at 1 o'clock we get
지금 컨트롤 많이 못 들어가겠어 겁나서.
It's really important. If you don't know what M2 is, it's basically just all the money in our economy and bank deposits, currency in circulation, liquidity out there. And in December it shrank for the first time in history. Going back to 1959, it'll tell us something, I think, about the banking system because we know that deposits have come out. Look, on the plus side, when the money in our system
밑에 맞고 또 올라오네. 판단하기 어려운 시츄에이션.
But on the bad side, it's also recessionary when it contracts, and a lot of people think it's a big headwind for the stock market, which loves liquidity. We're still a lot higher than we were, say, pre-pandemic with all the stimulus that's gone through the system.
지금 백악관이랑 페드랑 재무부랑 같이 살리는 이야기를 하고 있다 그러니까 뭐가 또 흐르면 한번 펑 튈 거예요. 거기다 맞춰 놓으세요.
Especially if there's a sharp decline.
You haven't mentioned the debt ceiling, Sarah. We're 10 minutes into the show.
Is there anything new?
Yeah, June 6th, right? Wasn't that what did Yellen say?
Well, we'll have Treasury's going to update the
We don't have the
ex-date in
official.
about 1 to 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I think that. McCarthy argues that he still has a clear shot.
아니 여기서 빠지면은 내려가요. 이제 깨졌어.
Get some of the holdouts, but that's going to be a key political vote to watch.
We don't know if the vote's going to go through. We don't know exactly when we're waiting for the official Treasury on tax receipts, which usually comes early May. So
이제
we'll see
깨진겨.
if that comes, but I don't see a path here. And I don't see
이제 어디까지 가야 되는지를 지켜보고 우선 봐야 돼요.
So we'll continue to update the non-progress.
나도 어디까지 내려갈지 모르겠어요. 레퍼런스가 없습니다 지금. 가까운 근접 레퍼런스가 없어요.
As we go to break, here's the roadmap for the rest of the hour, including a rare exclusive with the CEO of McDonald's, the latest consumer giant to report results.
Plus, we're going to hit General Motors. It raised its 2023 guidance on the back of its first quarter beat of earnings expectations.
익절을 해야 되나? 나 더 기다려야 되나?
And Coinbase clawing back, suing the SEC and demanding more clarity on its regulatory concerns around crypto. We've got the details. Big show still ahead. Dow's down 89 points after we just got that batch of data. Weaker consumer confidence, better home sales. S&P down 7.
자비가 없어, 자비가.
Right back.
일단 익절 한번 하고. 스텝 바이 스텝 가야 스텝 바이 스텝. 그 레퍼런스를 좀 찾아봐야겠어. 이게 어디가 레퍼런스가 되는지를 모르겠어요. 여기 한참 더 내려오셔야 되는구나. 내려왔네. 내려오셨네. 그것까지 내려오셨는데 이걸 깨고 내려가시면은 여기까지 더 내려가는 건데 그래도 제게 고장난 게 아니라면 테슬라는 160 지금 지키고 있죠. 앞으로 한 0.3% 밑에 하락폭이 더 있어요. 만약에 여기서 반등이 안 된다면은.
McDonald's shares eyeing a third straight record, up 11% this year. Quarterly comps jumping more than 12%. Shares, though, paring some gains this morning as executives on the call still point to a macro environment that remains challenging, as well as some signs of pricing resistance. President and CEO of McDonald's, Chris Kempczinski, joins us this morning to break down the quarter in a CNBC exclusive. Chris, it's great to have you back. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Carl. Good to be here.
요 부분이 레퍼런스거든요. 지지로.
But it's been on such a run. I got to ask you what you think the market has been responding to, or at least trying to anticipate, whether that's a China reopening or a pivot to more unit growth. What do you think's been at work?
테슬라는 차트가 고장났나요? 안 움직이네.
For us, fortunately, our business has been performing really well for the last several
올라가네.
years, and I think what has been playing out is essentially continued optimism about McDonald's performance, the ability for this business to succeed.
쇼크 오버 타임?
A challenging macroeconomic environment or benign economic environment. So I think it's just
지금 엄청 달렸다, 진짜로.
about our strategy, the state of the business, and the outlook going forward.
그 쇼크 오버 타임으로 한번 생각을 해봐도 될까? 이거는 진짜로 쇼크 오버 타임이라는 거는 이거는 그냥 통밥인데 이건 전혀 근거 없는 통밥.
Is the picture getting better US than it is say in Europe?
Yeah, we've been facing quite a bit of inflation. Last year we faced double-digit inflation.
이거 쇼크 오버 타임 같아요? 아닌 것
And
같은데.
even in Q1 we
아직
were
하향
still
트렌드가 안
experiencing
깨졌어.
double-digit inflation. Now our outlook for the balance of the year, We do expect it to get more
깨졌네.
favorable. But net still by the end of
63
the
도.
year, we're going to be looking at, I think,
Oh,
probably
씨.
high
애 끼워야
single-digit
되는데.
inflation on a full year, which is certainly much elevated than what we've been used to over the last, kind of prior period where we typically would be in the low single digits. So that is pressuring margins. We're trying to be very thoughtful about how quickly we pass on this pricing to consumers. We understand the role that McDonald's plays from a value standpoint. And I've been proud about how our franchisees and our system have been very judicious about how we've done it. But it has, as you pointed out, put some pressure on margins in the short term. I expect we'll work our way through that over time.
Chris, it's Sarah. Where is it coming from specifically? Is it just the stubbornly high food costs? Is it labor costs? What is moderating and what is not?
Yeah, good to hear from you again, Sarah. For us, it's broad-based. We're seeing it across the board. Labor inflation for us is mid to high single digit. If you think about some of our input costs, price of grain is quite elevated right now. That actually flows through to the proteins because a lot of the feedstock that's used for chicken, beef, etc., is grain-based. So we're seeing it across almost the entire basket of goods that we're experiencing inflation, in addition to the labor inflation that I talked about.
So on the other side, you've been doing this restructuring. You mentioned the layoffs, which we reported on. What's the earnings benefit overall to what you're doing?
The way we looked at the restructuring, it was not about trying to get a G&A savings. It was much more for us about changing our ways of working. And one of the things that I wanted us to be able to do is we need to be able to be faster as an organization. We need to be more innovative. We need to be more efficient. And I saw things with how we were organized, how we were working, that were going to get in the way of that. And so one of the things we took a look at with the senior team over the last 6 months is how do we change our ways of working? We need to stop working in silos. We need to stop having every market try to invent its own light bulb, so to speak. And we need to do a much better job of digitizing the organization. So that was the impetus for taking a look at the organization. And unfortunately, as you noted, it did result in some people leaving us. But it came from a place about how do we actually get better as an organization as opposed to trying to hit a specific savings number.
Chris, that leads to another question, which we've been asking a lot of CEOs lately when it comes to efficiency that you're discussing. Are you incorporating AI, ChatGPT, or things of that nature in the way that you do business, or do you expect that you will over time?
There's a number of things that we're looking at in that. You start with the app, the fact that 40% of our sales now are digital sales. You can almost think about we've taken the ordering function, which for years and years was done by a human, and now essentially 40% of our orders globally are being taken by some sort of digital input. So that's a very basic way that it's starting to play out. We are also out there piloting automated order taking, which would be through voice recognition. That's something. And us, like everybody else, we're certainly very attentive of what's happening in generative AI. And I'd say it's very early days thinking about the implications on that. But I'm sure that there are going to be places where that is certainly going to be able to work its way into the business. We're learning like everybody else there.
Well, that coupled with digital ordering in general, I think we might have some photos built of some of the design testing you've done in Texas regarding order ahead lanes, smaller footprints. Can you kind of describe what we're looking at here and give viewers a sense of how it's going to change the face of McDonald's, the consumer-facing front of the business?
Sure. One of the things that we're thinking about is different formats at McDonald's. With delivery now being such a large part of the business, with so much of the business going through mobile, where someone might come to the restaurant and they want curbside, they don't want to actually walk in. All of those things, when you play those out, they have an impact on how big of a restaurant do you need, how much indoor seating do you need to have. And so what we're testing down in Dallas is essentially a restaurant that has no indoor seating and is geared much more for pickup through dual lane drive-through, much more geared for delivery only. We're doing a lot of testing in other markets around the world. So I think the McDonald's restaurant as you know it is going to evolve over time. We're certainly going to still have a lot of the restaurants that are traditional restaurants, but I think there's also an opportunity for us to think about new format innovation and how we change the physical layout of our restaurants for a much more digital world.
Chris, what about the consumer? I know you're considered kind of defensive in a tough recessionary environment, but what are you seeing in reaction to some of those higher inflation rates and cost increases that you've had to put through? Are you seeing any kind of recessionary type behavior of maybe higher end consumers trading down or whatever else it looks like during recessionary periods?
Yeah. Overall, the demand for our business is very strong, so we feel great about that. But you do, on the margin, start to see some things that certainly show there's pressure on the consumer. One of them is just units per transaction. So simple things like, are they adding fries to their order? We're seeing, when you look at the units per transaction, how much stuff does someone have in their bag when they're actually leaving the restaurant? That's decreasing. It's decreasing low single digits, which I take as a sign that consumers are coming in with an absolute price point in many cases, that they're thinking, I'm going to spend $5, I'm going to spend $8, and so they gear their order to that, and that does affect units per transaction. So that's one thing. I think the other thing that we're seeing is we have to be very disciplined about where we take pricing, the pace of how we take pricing, and when we have all sorts of models that help us think through that. When we execute where we know we have pricing power, we do quite well, but we do find that as we try to take pricing in areas that maybe are a little bit more sensitive, the consumer pushes back on that. So I think those are the things for us that we watch and look at that just tell us that there's some sensitivity there. And we also track two metrics, affordability and value for money. And I would say industry-wide, you're seeing consumers are rating the industry lower on affordability, lower for value for money. We still lead by far on both of those metrics, but consumers are paying attention to it, no doubt.
Is that why you've been making some tweaks to recipes or at least order prep? We've talked about onions and buns and the ways you're changing the way even burgers are made.
That I would put more to just kind of the McDonald's restless ambition. We're always trying to tweak things and make things a little bit better. You're referencing some changes that we're making to our burger here in the U.S. We've already done it in 50 other markets around the world, and it's all the little things that we love to kind of play around with in the restaurants. Everything from the buns, and we have fluffier buns, and how we're handling produce so that it's crispier produce. We're tempering the cheese a little bit differently so it's meltier cheese. We're getting the burger so it's hotter. I mean, it's just, this is the stuff that we love to do is tinker around in the restaurant. So we're doing that as just part of our natural DNA. That's not anything driven by the macro environment or some of the value questions that you were talking about.
Right. We've been asking a lot of global CEOs about China and whether the reopening there is sturdy or durable. CEO of Dow this morning had some comments on the call that maybe it's happening a little bit slower than some might have expected. How are you feeling about that?
We're seeing our China business starting to come back quite well. We certainly had several years there where the business was declining. We're still down versus where we were in 2019. But ask me in a week, because I'm headed to China in a week, and I'll have a much better sense after that. But overall, when you look at the numbers, clearly there's a bounce back happening in China, and we're benefiting from that.
All right, good. We just booked you for a week. Chris,
I didn't mean, I think I just boxed myself in.
Joking. Cardi B, we have to talk about. I've always followed your celebrity partnerships and campaigns, Cardi B and Offset. I'm curious how much of this very strong growth this quarter, 12.6% comp store sales increase, is due to them, especially in light of some reporting that some of the franchisees were upset about the partnership and sort of what they symbolized. I know Travis Scott was huge for you too.
Yeah, we're having growth across a number of levers. Marketing has certainly been a growth lever for us. The focus on core menu, things like digital delivery, drive-through. I mean, all of those things are contributing to our growth. When we think about we call it our Famous Orders campaign, which includes Cardi B and Offset most recently. But that idea came from the insight, which is we have fans out there who love McDonald's, and we wanted to find authentic fans and showcase when they come to McDonald's, what are they ordering? And so that was the genesis for the idea. It started with Travis Scott. We've had BTS. We've had many others. Again, most recently Cardi B and Offset. And I think what you're referencing in terms of, some franchisees maybe aren't Cardi B and Offset fans, maybe they are BTS fans. It's why we have multiple different famous orders. And the great thing about leading a brand like McDonald's is it's such a beloved brand. There are so many people that come to McDonald's. So we love, from a marketing standpoint, to just showcase all the people that are fans of McDonald's and love coming in. And that certainly helps us from a business standpoint as well.
It does lead to one last question, Chris, and that is about marketing. I mean, you're obviously taking some share. Is it time to get more or less aggressive on the marketing front?
Our mindset is it's time to get more aggressive on everything that we're doing. When you're in a position of strength like we are, we have the benefit of having a fully modernized estate right now. That's not something that others in the industry have. We've got significant tailwinds in the business. Our franchisees, from a financial health standpoint, are in great shape. Our U.S. franchisees have flipped back to cash flow positive this quarter. So when you have those things working in your favor, it's time to get aggressive. It's not time to get complacent.
Well, we love turning to you, Chris, because obviously just the radar on culture and the economy and macro and the consumer. Safe travels, and look forward to talking to you again soon. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
I don't know how anyone wouldn't be a Cardi B fan. Some of those franchisees. Anyway, still to come, Coinbase, take a look. Stock's up a little. The company is suing the SEC. We'll explain why and what it means for cryptos when we're back in just 2 minutes with the Dow down about 87 points. PepsiCo beating on the top and bottom lines and boosting its full-year guidance as the consumer giant sees steady demand for both of its businesses, soda and snacks, all while maintaining very strong pricing power. Guys, as we've seen the story in a lot of these food, beverage, and household products makers, it's all about pricing. 16% growth from pricing. Volumes were down 2, which they see as a very big positive. In other words, they're able to pass on that higher prices. Consumers are paying for it, and volumes barely slipped. I think in another important sign of confidence here from Pepsi, unlike Coke and unlike most companies this quarter, they raised guidance in the first quarter, which is early to do it, and Pepsi doesn't usually do that. They usually wait till the second quarter to get more clarity, but they feel so good about the results, both on demand and on pricing, that they did raise the guidance. You know, I just spoke to Hugh Johnston, the CFO and vice chair, about this. Like, how many more quarters can you do this double-digit pricing and not have volumes fall off a cliff? And he said they're not seeing any signs that it will change. He says inflation, and this is bad news for the Fed and bad news for the consumer, he doesn't see it coming down much for the rest of 2023.
Yeah, we're in this remarkable period where input costs decelerating and steady demand holding up. But he did sort of reiterate what he said last quarter, and that was that the pricing that they're going to take for the year to sort of match inputs, they've largely taken care of, right? There's like this 9-month lead time on pricing.
So they buy early, right, to plan. And so the costs are locked in early, which is why prices are not going to come down in real time as costs come down.
마이크를 꺼놓고 얘기하고 있었네.
He says over time we'll see less positive growth.
학교 갈 시간 되긴 했어요. 막 대답하고 그랬는데.
Which, if you're the Fed worried about food and beverage inflation, not so encouraging. If you're a shareholder of PepsiCo, very encouraging because they're seeing growth, and it was broad across the
아니 오늘 도대체 어쩌자는 거야 이거.
even
하락세가.
in the soda category where they have not necessarily been as strongly growing.
뭐야 입조량에 답 다 하신 것 같은데.
60% growth in Pepsi Zero for the quarter in the United States. They launched this new drink, Starry. It's their 5th attempt to compete with Sprite. It's their 5th lemon lime soda.
눈을 뺏겼어요.
It's going to be the winner.
This one's going to work. It's an interesting contrast with McDonald's. Obviously, you guys just speaking to the CEO, but they're talking about, you know, resistance to price increases in certain regions that they were seeing and being seemingly very mindful of that, as opposed to Pepsi, which has been able to, as you say, raise prices consistently for quite some time now.
So part of it is the strength of the brands and the categories. You know, I talked to Hugh about this. They're seeing a little bit of growth in private label, which is the trade down, step down from the stronger price, stronger brands like Pepsi, but not much. And people are still spending and prioritizing on these indulgences. I would say the common thread with McDonald's is that they both don't see inflation coming down very sharply on food.
이분이 띄엄띄엄 있어가지고 제가 모르겠는데. 저 그 얘기했고 가능한 빠른 걸로 하는 게 좋다. 기회 비용을 봐서. 그리고 또 뭐 있었지 질문이?
To create rules for digital assets, building upon its existing legal battle with that agency. In the meantime, investor, longtime.
지금처럼 하락세가 있는 장에서는 델타 한 20 정도를 보는 게 낫고. 뭐 지금이 바닥이라 생각한다 그러면은 델타 한 30 정도로 가도 되는데 30은 어사인될 확률이 높죠. 됐죠?
Says crypto is quote dead in America. David, after a time where he once said that the price was going to go to as much as 200K on Bitcoin.
그러니까 주식을 사려는 마음이 강하면 뭐 델타 30으로 해서 높은 프리미엄으로 가도 되지만 만약에 살 계획이 솔직히 없다. 살려는 거는 그냥 플롭이고 그냥 나는 프리미엄만 받고 싶다. 그러면은 20 아니면은 15 그렇게 뭐 가야 돼. 근데 종목마다 그거는 완전히 밸류가 없는 경우가 많기 때문에 그런 밸류가 있는 종목들을 찾아야죠. 테슬라는 델타 보고 들어가면은 좀 어렵고 그 지지선이랑 저항선 보고 들어가야죠. 그리고 주봉의 ATR도 좀 봐야 되고.
Net premiums for market calls just got negative for the day. That is a bearish sign.
ATR, ATR, Average True Range, ATR.
About an hour into trading this morning.
그리고 생각해보니까 미친 00 거칠어지셨는데 ATR, ATK님.
Let's get to Bob Assani, see what's moving. Bob?
Lots of beats, but not a lot of earnings raises. That's a little disconcerting. And we're back to a defense.
거칠어지셨어.
Trending down the last 5 days. Take a look at the sectors. The support's been coming from.
오늘 트레이드하기 힘들다. 오락가락 정신없고 그냥 벌지도 못하고 그냥 왔다 갔다.
Banks also are trading towards the lower end. So there's two important leadership groups. You were talking about some of the big earnings beats. We got at some new highs, but they're all consumer names. Kimberly-Clark was great. They raised the full year guidance. Higher prices there. You just saw the CEO of McDonald's here. 13% surge in comp store sales. That was great number. Pulte had really strong demand there. The lack of existing homes out there is really helping them. There's a new high. And you just talked about Pepsi. Prices up 60%. Good numbers.
점점 이게 고점이 높아져야 되는데 고점이 높지 않잖아요. 이거를 아니야. 근데 또 5분봉으로 봐야겠다. 1분봉으로 보면은 저는 이제 학교를 갔다 와야 되겠습니다. 좀 이따 뵐게요.
We continue to expect a very challenging demand environment in the back half of 2023 against difficult comparisons, and that's the issue, I think, the lack of visibility here. So here's where we are. We got a quarter of the S&P reporting, 125 companies so far, 79% are beating. That's about average. The average beat is 6.8%. That's a little better than expected, but nobody's raising the estimates. That's the problem. Only 29% are raising the numbers here. Finally, just want to quickly note, Kenvue is finally coming. This is the Johnson & Johnson spinoff. We've been waiting for this for a long time, and it's, of course, one of a number of spinoffs that we've seen in the last year. And Sarah, the bottom line and the real problem here is the IPO market is still essentially shut. Even with these numbers, we'd only been raising about $7 billion so far, and that's far short of the normal numbers. Still waiting for that IPO market to open. Sarah, back to you.
Yeah, 55 billion, the 10-year average, way below it. Thank you, Bob. Bob Assani. Well, it's the busiest week of earnings, and we've got you covered. Phil LeBeau is watching the auto space, of course. Julia Boorstin covering Spotify surge today, and Seema's watching industrial giants 3M and GE. Let's start, though, with Phil on GM. Phil.
Sarah, this is to extend what Bob was talking about, a case where they beat on the top and the bottom line. That doesn't really matter to investors right now. Shares of General Motors trading lower after the company reported far better than expected earnings for the first quarter and revenue coming in above expectations. This is primarily driven by the strength of the internal combustion engine market in North America. Its North America EBIT margin, 10.9%. That's an increase from the first quarter of last year. A lot of that is due to pricing and the strength of the vehicles and the demand that they're still seeing out there. Here's the CFO, Paul Jacobson, on Squawk Box this morning.
We're still lapping a lot of last year's wholesale price increases that we had to put through for higher materials costs, higher logistics costs, et cetera. But the consumers remain strong. And when you look at the new vehicle launches we have this year, coupled with the high quality vehicles that we have, customers are demanding that.
Of course, so much of the focus with General Motors is on its EV development. Remember, the goal is to have 400,000 EVs produced by the end of the first half of next year, and they're really going to ramp up production in the second half of this year, but it's not going to include the Chevy Bolt, which, ironically, is their best-selling electric vehicle. They are moving to the new platform in terms of battery cells, battery production, and that's not going to include the Bolt. So Mary Barra said during the conference call today, they will end that production. Just take a look at shares of General Motors. Keep in mind, this is a company that raised its full-year profit guidance today, guys, and yet the stock is down, what, almost 3%. Back to you.
Phil, thank you. I want to turn to Julia now on Spotify. Those shares are moving higher, though, off the highs of the session so far, Julia, but strong results, particularly engagement.
Yeah, especially when it comes to those user numbers. Now, those Spotify shares are surging despite the fact that the company swung to a loss and reported revenue that did fall short of expectations. But the stock is up about 6%, 6.5% now, and better than expected gross margin and also user numbers. Spotify exceeded expectations with 515 million monthly active users and 210 million premium subscribers. It also guided to better second quarter growth on both of those key metrics. Now, ad-supported revenue fell sequentially, but did grow 17% from the year-ago quarter. The company is saying, quote, the quarter was choppy incrementally throughout the quarter, though it got a little better. We feel like we have momentum heading into Q2. He was specifically commenting on advertising there. Now, CEO Daniel Ek also pointed out that they outperformed in the markets where they raised prices, saying they, quote, feel good about the ability to raise prices over time. Atlantic Equities writing, with the U.S. price increase waiting in the wings, investors are likely to look past the average revenue per user miss and focus instead on the strong volume performance and outlook. So now we're watching to see how that ad momentum plays out in results from Meta tomorrow and Pinterest and Snap on Thursday, and whether the media giants also see pricing power for their subscription services. Carl?
Julia, thanks. Julia Borston. Meantime, Seema Modi's back at HQ with more on the industrials, having just spoken with GE's Larry Culp. Seema?
Well, Carl, GE CEO Larry Culp quite optimistic about the rebound in jet engine orders. We saw aerospace organic sales in the first quarter up 25%, in line with estimates, but it's the margins of 19% better than what Wall Street had modeled. Culp telling me leaner supply chain, efforts to reduce costs, all playing a role here. He expects the outbound travel story from China to reach pre-pandemic levels this year, though he did add that the ramp up of GE's LEAP engine could pressure margins in the near term, so watch for that. Renewables, orders up big year over year, led by the onshore wind business, so improvement there, but more importantly, losses are narrowing. Culp expects the renewable business to turn a profit in 2024. A quick pivot, though, to 3M, which did see an increase in aerospace orders. The stock is up fractionally right now on an EPS beat. The stock, as you can see, really responding to those actions to reduce costs by $700 to $900 million, cutting 6,000 jobs. Remember, 3M is not only struggling with a softening economy, but two potentially huge legal costs. Military earplug lawsuits that JP Morgan says is a $10 to $20 billion risk, and its involvement in manufacturing PFAS chemicals that have shown to cause health issues. A bellwether trial on that is set for June. Carl?
All right, Seema, very important story today. Thanks, Seema Modi. Still to come, we're going to check in with the CEO of pharma giant Novartis. Stocks moving higher on some of the Q1 earnings results, multi-year highs today. We're back in 3.
first quarter results beating on the top and bottom line. The pharma giant raising its full-year outlook as well, following some cost cuts. Joining us now is Novartis CEO Vas Narasimhan. Vas, it's good to have you back on the show. Welcome.
Great to see you, Sarah.
So what is fueling the better quarter, the better sales? We're now a few years out of COVID. Does this mean we're back to normal or on a new growth trajectory?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things happening. One, we're seeing really strong performance across the portfolio. Our key growth drivers in cardiovascular drugs, cancer, multiple sclerosis are all coming back really with strong double-digit performances. That's benefiting from the normalization of the healthcare systems, but also that these medicines are really starting to take share and really, I think, deliver on their clinical promise. So I think that's one big part of the story. The other is we announced a pretty large transformation program last year to become a pure play innovative medicines company. We announced the intended spinoff of Sandoz. We restructured, got a lot more focused and lean, and I think that's also now starting to come through on the bottom line, and that allows us to raise both top and bottom line guidance for the full year.
Yeah, investors are looking for an update on the Sandoz spinoff, if that's on track by the end of the year, and what else might be on the chopping block? Reports of the ophthalmology unit.
Yeah, when you look at Sandoz, we're on track for a decision with our board and our investors, we hope, a little bit later this summer, and on track for spinoff for the second half of the year. So that's all on track. We're working hard to set the business up to be successful as a standalone company so that we exit that spinoff with the largest generics company in the world and the largest pure play innovative medicines company in the world by revenue. So two leading businesses post the spinoff. Now, as for the rest of the Novartis innovative medicines portfolio, we're continuing to look at where we can optimize. Right now, we're committed to our inline ophthalmology and respiratory business. Of course, if we see opportunities to optimize our mature brands, we'll of course take action, but nothing imminent at the moment.
Yeah, the stock's at an all-time high, and I'm told part of the reason is also there's some excitement over the breast cancer treatment, which I guess was meant more for late stage and now is being looked at with some good results for early stage. Can you talk about the potential there and what you're seeing?
Yeah, absolutely. Our medicine Kisqali, we launched it a couple of years ago, and it was in metastatic breast cancer. So these are patients that have the tumor spread around their bodies, women who've had their tumor spread around their bodies, and the medicine works extremely well. We had a lot of good positive data. In that setting alone, we expect the medicine to be a multi-billion-dollar drug. It's got the strong support of guidelines. Now, what we announced earlier this month was the initial top-line readout of our Kisqali data in what's called the adjuvant setting or the early breast cancer setting. These are patients where we're trying to prevent the recurrence of the breast cancer. This was the broadest study done to date in both stage 2 and stage 3 patients, and that allows us, we hope, with the ultimate presentation of the data and regulatory filings, to have the broadest indication in our label and allow us to impact these patients all around the world to prevent the breast cancer recurrence. That would add another multi-billion-dollar indication to Kisqali, and I think that's got certainly the attention of investors as we continue to expand that position in cancer care.
This isn't specific to Novartis, but there's been a lot of discussion last couple of weeks about the judiciary's role in either changing availability or the approval process for Big Pharma. How's that being talked about right now among within Novartis and among your peers?
Yeah, I can say that both on behalf of Novartis, I'm also the chair of PhRMA, the industry body in the U.S. For this year. It's very concerning. I mean, the FDA is arguably the best scientifically driven regulator in the world, and they make their decisions based on science and those safety and efficacy decisions based on the best possible data. We can't have courts overruling the scientists and outstanding people at the FDA, and so it's very, very concerning. I'm hopeful that better minds prevail here and that we really ensure that we support the FDA's primacy in regulating medicines in the United States. It's critical for our industry, but more importantly, critical for public health in the country.
And Vas, finally, a number of your competitors use acquisitions to help fuel their pipelines, buying companies that have drugs through phase 2 or even phase 3 trials. I'm curious, particularly post-separation, how you view sort of acquisitions as well from your perspective in terms of fueling your own pipeline.
When you look at our profile right now, we don't have a challenged balance sheet, so we certainly have the opportunity to do bolt-on M&A. But the great position we're in, we're coming off of 3 positive phase 3 readouts for a prostate cancer drug called Pluvicto, a rare disease medicine called iptacopan, and Kisqali in breast cancer, which we already talked about, which gives us a lot of confidence in our midterm growth. So we'll continue to look at M&A more to bolster the pipeline and key therapeutic areas, but it's not something we need to reach for. So we're very focused on strategic fit, therapeutic area fit, and then valuations where we can actually deliver value to our shareholders in the company. We don't want to overpay for these assets. So we'll keep screening the landscape. Of course, biotech valuations have come down significantly, and we hope there are opportunities where we find a strong fit for the company.
Boss, appreciate the update. Thanks for joining us on Earnings Day.
Take care, Sarah. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
You too. Boss Narasimhan, CEO of Novartis.
I want to turn to housing now. New York is breaking ground on the city's largest geothermal residential apartment complex. Our Diana Olick is live. She's in Brooklyn, and she has more for us on this story. Diana.
Well, David, geothermal heating and cooling has been around for a while, but generally just on single houses or small buildings. But Lendlease, an Australia-based developer, is now testing this on a massive scale here in Brooklyn.
320 boreholes are being drilled nearly 500 feet into the ground, creating a complex loop of piping that will eventually result in the largest geothermal apartment complex in the U.S.
What we're looking at now, again, I kind of akin this to your heart and to the veins and arteries in your body.
This is how it works. Water below the frost line is at a constant temperature. By drilling down to it and creating a loop system of pipes, the water is brought up through heat pumps, which can heat or cool the building all year long.
It's approximately 55 degrees once you get below the frost line, and we are using that constant temperature to cool in the summer and to be warmer in the winter.
The project, which takes up a full city block on the edge of the East River, will have 834 rental units across 5 buildings, including a 37-story tower. Using geothermal will reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by an estimated 53%, but it'll cost about 6% more to build.
But Walsh says he will make that up in energy savings over the next couple of decades, not to mention that they got a $4 million grant here for energy savings from the state of New York. So this is really a template for the rest of the city and for other cities like Boston and D.C., which are putting in very strict new emission standards for large-scale buildings. David?
Yeah, Diana, what about, on a smaller scale? I've had people mention it to me even for homes, for example, the ability to actually, perhaps even more efficiently than solar, use it for the same uses you just outlined.
Yeah, actually, we did a story in Arizona recently about a very large-scale housing complex of many single-family homes and geothermal on a large scale. That's a little bit easier to do, actually, because you have so much more land and you can spread out the systems. In a city like this, it's pretty difficult, but if you find the right lot with the right kind of water and you can dig down these boreholes like they're doing here, you can do it for a very large-scale multifamily building. And if they can do that in other cities, that's going to create really big savings. But again, it's a test pilot for all cities and, of course, for geothermal across the country, because that's how you're going to reduce the emissions.
Yeah. Diana, thank you for the story. Diana Olick in Brooklyn this morning for us. All right, before we wrap up here in this hour of Squawk on the Street, certainly we're going to be looking closely at Alphabet after the bell. Want to watch that. Microsoft as well, set to report. The conference calls also should be fascinating in terms of the questions about AI, ChatGPT, and/or Alphabet's Bard, what they're going to do, whether they're being challenged in search in a significant way. Not to mention, of course, getting some sense on the ad market as well, which certainly continues to be an important component overall of Google's earnings, or I should say Alphabet's earnings. Squawk on the Street continues right after this. Stay with us.
York Stock Exchange. Setting the agenda for us today, JMP Securities CEO Mark Lehman with his earnings beats this morning coming from many different places. We'll break down the winners and losers like UPS this hour.
Plus, two more CEOs on earnings. The chief executives of both Fiserv and Cleveland Cliffs are with us.
Later, NBER CEO James Paterba on defusing the debt ceiling time bomb. And exclusive sound from UPS's CEO Carol Tomé with that stock getting crushed this morning. It's all coming up.
Meantime, markets in the red for most of the morning, despite several earnings beats, but off the session lows. S&P did hold 4,100. Interesting look at how the sentiment from last night's First Republic deposit flow is sort of offsetting the corporate results that we're getting today. Those big earnings beats, 60 companies reported results as of this morning and have combined sales of $350 billion. No matter what sector of the economy you look at, there was some news for the bulls to jump on. In consumer, McDonald's, Pepsi, Sherwin-Williams, KMB, all with beats. Industrials, GE, 3M, Dow, Danaher, even Halliburton with good results. And then autos, GM beats and raises. Healthcare, GE Healthcare, Tenet, rounding it out. A pretty strong beat by Pulte Group as well. In all, the EPS beat rate 77%. Only two companies lowered their guidance. Question is what that tells us about the state of the market and whether investors were too bearish going into at least today's prints. Mike Santoli is with us to weigh in on that. Mike?
Combination of certainly downgraded expectations going into this. If you look at some of the industrial outperformers today, like GE, 3M, Danaher, the earnings that they beat with today were below what the estimates were supposed to be, let's say, 6 months ago. So that's always a dynamic. I think there's a combination of companies being good at managing expectations, but also nominal GDP growth has not really fallen apart. You have sales growth. Actually, sales beats are running at above historic levels, and you have everybody focused on cost. So I think there's room in there for companies to make numbers. The thing is, on a year-over-year basis, we're not talking about gains. We're not talking about gains for 3M on a year-over-year basis or Danaher. Sherwin-Williams was a beat above last year, but the same as 2 years ago. So I think it's a story of, in aggregate, there's kind of a flattening out or a retreat in overall earnings. And the question to me has been, does it remain orderly? Does it remain relatively brief of a couple of quarters or not?
But you know what else we're not talking about? Cuts to guidance. In fact,
not much.
Most of them reiterating, some raising. PepsiCo, Kimberly-Clark on organic revenues. And some caution. Corning, I think, had some disappointing numbers on guidance, but it's not like estimates are being cut.
Not today and not radically. In general, coming into this week, you did actually have more lowered guidance than raised guidance, but still, it's not everybody. It's not across the board. Even in an awful quarter, 50% of companies beat the final estimate. We're running well above that right now. So I do think it's a question of what you're paying for. You've seen this defensive shift in the market that's been very pronounced. We've had kind of a stealth pullback going on that's now showing up as more of a visible pullback in the indexes. And to me, for the last week, the question is, what's the nature of that pullback going to be? Is it just going to be one of these standard issue, few percent? If we go down 1% from here, it is absolutely textbook perfect. We're just going back to the early April lows, and then you can rebound from there. Or do you have to go back all the way to the bottom end of this range?
Liz Ann Saunders this morning with a great stat about number of days per month with 1% upside, downside. 9 in January, 8 in February, 11 in March, and 1 so far this month. Yeah. We've flatlined in terms of 1% days.
You've really just kind of narrowed the index action into this range. Now, it's going to obviously come unglued at some point. It can't stay that calm. Yesterday, was another day when you moved less than 1/10 of 1% on the S&P. It's 4 to 5. So, yeah, you're going to widen out the scales a little bit, but I don't know that means it's all of a sudden the calm before a storm. It really just could be, well, this has been going on below the surface. Small cats have been weak. Breadth has been poor. Has that reset the market enough? Or is May going to be kind of a tougher one because of what we have right ahead of us?
I also worry about making a call on earnings season before we hear from the big tech giants, which starts today.
And the storyline always changes as you go through earnings season. People build in their expectations based on today, and then we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Well, good thing we have you every day.
And
Mike,
I'll be here.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Mike Santoli. While the breadth of earnings beats may be wide, the leadership in the market is not. In fact, it is the narrowest stock leadership in an up market since the 1990s. Year to date, the S&P is up about 8%, but just 28 stocks account for 7% of that gain. 6 names account for 53% of that performance. Should that make investors worried? Let's bring in Mark Lehman, CEO of JMP Securities, a Citizens company. Mark, it is narrow leadership in terms of what's fueling this price action. What does that say to you?
Well, there's no question, Sarah. You're right. There's definitely been a narrowing of the leadership, and there's been a flight to quality and a flight to size. The moves are historic, what we saw in some of the biggest tech names through this year. And I think it shows more fear and I think a little complacency in terms of the investors. But let's remember, these companies are also on the forefront of innovation, particularly in technology, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. So we're just getting a glimpse of what that means for AI and the chat GPTs of the world. And I think that will fuel another interest in these stocks, and that will widen over time.
So I know you're a big growth guy. You've always liked the mega cap stocks. Which is your favorite in terms of positioning and setup into earnings this week?
Well, they're not reporting this week, but we've liked Meta here for some time now. I mean, I think they're getting their cost structure in line. It's so quick in terms of their pivots towards something and away from other things. So we've seen them, obviously, with what they've done with all in on the metaverse. And frankly, we haven't heard a lot of that lately. We've heard more about their plans with AI and some of the other things. SAP is a big cap name that we don't hear a lot about, but you talk about a stealth bull market. We've been recommending that stock. My analyst, Pat Walravens, has been recommending that stock for some time now, and they are on a huge growth trajectory. They've got a great move to the cloud. They're rationalizing their balance sheet with the sale of Qualtrics, which will provide them almost $10 billion of cash, and they have a CFO who's all about delivering shareholder value. So it's a few names that, one that we all hear about every day and one that just has stealthily gone up a great deal, and we really like those names here going forward.
Yeah, that's one reason why a lot of the, at least the macro strategists are saying you got to wait to see what ServiceNow and Microsoft say this week. There was some discussion, Mark, yesterday about cracks in some legacy tech, and they pointed to F5, Seagate, CDW, ASML, even threw Tesla in there and some autos. I wonder if that's the budding sense that there are some fissures, at least in legacy technology growth.
I mean, Carl, that's very fair. I mean, we're about to embark on a technology ramp, I think, that frankly most people are not prepared for, and the winners of which probably have not been written today. There's an old line, one of my mentors in the business, George Vanderheiden from Fidelity, used to say, being right and being early is the same thing as being wrong. And there's some companies that are going to be right here and maybe be early in that second generation. I mean, look at Facebook, for example, Meta. We had the MySpaces and all the Friendster and all these things before, but it took kind of a sixth or seventh iteration for us to get with Facebook. This move in the AI world is so profound that I think who's the leaders deciding that today is probably a mistake. And I think we talk a little bit about the economy and what that means for inflation and deflation, et cetera. The ramifications are so vast for our employee force and for the workforce going forward, and the deflationary aspects of this are so vast. I don't think we begin to understand where that is. And if you're not innovating with the times, you're falling behind.
So how do you think investors should deal with the trade-off between an environment where productivity and restructuring and cost cutting is rewarded to save margins, but at the same time in the tech space, everyone's so excited about AI and companies are boosting spending there?
Well, I think investors are placing their bets on big cap now, right? They're buying the biggest companies, assuming because of their installed base, because of their installed brands and their top line revenue, they're going to be winners. And to a large extent, that's probably right in the near term as an investment. But I think you have to pay attention to some of these small caps, have to pay attention to some of the private companies. And something we haven't talked about, but financing these small cap companies, these venture-backed companies, has gone through a sea change at the likes of which we haven't seen with the demise of Silicon Valley Bank. So it's going to require these big companies to probably be more innovative, and maybe that's where investors are putting more bets there, because the startup economy is going to go through some jostles that it hasn't seen in a very long time. So I think you have to be really aware of what's down the pike, and the innovation engine is accelerating. Lost in all this Silicon Valley noise is that the acceleration of innovation has not slowed down, and I think that's a great backdrop for tech, albeit the stocks are at a new high, lots of them are, relative to where they were even 6 months ago.
It is though. It does make it a little bit confusing to figure out what the framework is. In other words, do you want to see investments in innovation? And if you do, how do you pair it with, say, reductions in operating expense or headcount, or just reversing the profligate hiring in the last 2-3 years? I mean, can companies satisfy both of those camps, at least in this quarter's prints?
I mean, every boardroom, Carl's thinking about that every single day. And I think the fact is, sure, you have a core business that's thriving and it's doing well, but think about how much innovation has changed in the short term in the last 3 months. Nobody heard of this Chat GPT. If you weren't in Silicon Valley or the VC camp, you never heard of it. And now that's all you talk about. And, it's very hard to recreate yourself technologically, right? If you think about the companies, the big cap techs of 25 years ago, the only companies who really reinvented themselves were Microsoft and Apple. Obviously, others would argue, but when you talk about Dell and HP and some of the others of the 90s, Intel, think about Intel. I mean, what NVIDIA has done over the last 20 years, AMD's got a bigger market cap than Intel. How much could you have bet on that 20 years ago? Okay, so if you're not figuring that out now, and I'm saying as an investor that's really tough, but having a broad base of growth investments, not picking one stock, but picking that this innovation is real, is going to change our lives, is what investors should be doing. And I'm not going to pick one or two today that are the acorns that become oaks, but they're going to happen. We know that's going to happen.
Mark, thanks for joining us. How to some key tech results. Mark Lehman from JMP.
Coming up next, payments company Fiserv out with results and get some key insights into the state of small business and the strength of the consumer. One of the top S&P gainers, the CEO, is with us. We're watching McDonald's as well. Another all-time high today, although dipping slightly lower now. EPS comes in 12% above estimates. U.S. traffic grew despite the price hikes. And the CEO telling us in the last hour he thinks inflation is finally starting to come down.
Last year, we faced double-digit inflation globally, and even in Q1 we are still experiencing double-digit inflation. Now, our outlook for the balance of the year, we do expect it to get more favorable.
Let's turn to UPS. Stocks under some pressure after EPS does miss by a penny. Guidance comes in at the low end of the range. Our Frank Holland talked with the company's CEO a few moments ago and joins us from Atlanta. Hi, Frank.
Hey there, Carl. I actually just sat down with a very optimistic Carol Tomé. That's the CEO of UPS right here at UPS headquarters, even as the company is having its worst day since 2015. She admitted there was a sharp decline in volumes during the quarter, but says that is now stabilized in April. The company also pointing to the growth of small and medium-sized business customers, which are higher margin, as a catalyst for what they believe will be a re-acceleration in the second half of the year.
Volume in our U.S. business was higher than our plan in January, about on our plan in February, and then considerably lower than our plan in March. And as we moved into April, we saw that same trend continue. So we're like, wow, things have really changed from what we thought it would be.
Today's also the first time publicly that Tomé has addressed the ongoing negotiations with the Teamsters. That union represents just about 2/3 of the workforce. Tomé admitted the negotiations have impacted sales and new customer wins, but she believes that both she and the Teamsters are on the same page and they'll have at least a handshake agreement by the time that deal runs out the end of July.
So we are aligned on our North Star. Now there are issues that they have raised that they'd like to work through, and we'd like to work through those issues too. We're not far apart on the issues. We just need to get to the bargaining table and work it out. So I'm highly confident that we will deliver a handshake by the time our contract expires the end of July.
And that handshake agreement, she believes, will be key to customer confidence. So Tomé will celebrate her third year here at UPS as the CEO in June, but she said she's really focused on the future, including the use of artificial intelligence in the business, something she calls both scary and exciting. So again, UPS shares are lower. Its rival FedEx also trading lower on this report. Back over to you.
Although, Frank, we know you cover both companies, and I wonder how you're characterizing the cadence of any kind of restructuring or revamping between both FedEx and UPS right now.
Well, you know, when we talked about FedEx's restructuring, a lot of people, you know, very fairly said they were trying to get more like UPS, to have one person at the top making all the decisions, just one unit both in the air and on the ground delivering all the packages. Here at UPS, it was a very different tone. For them, it's more about moving to what's going to happen in the future. They're really focused on using both technology and the assets they currently have to maximize the business that they're hoping they're going to have in the future. One thing I didn't get time to mention was the growth of their healthcare business. That's really a focus for this company. It's a higher margin business than e-commerce and something they really want to move into.
I'm really curious about the commentary she gave you about stabilization in April and the optimism, Frank, because it's not what investors seem to have gotten from the outlook. She narrowed the revenue range and now expects a revenue decline for the quarter and didn't talk much about improvement in terms of volume. So are you suggesting that maybe the market's taking this too negatively? Or is she suggesting?
Well, I mean, I think what she's suggesting is there's certainly a better end of the year. So first off, we have the holiday quarter where obviously we ship around our presents for the holiday season, whatever you decide to celebrate. So she believes that's going to be a big boost in volumes. And right now, she says there's a big shift from goods to services that a lot of people on CNBC have noted. Another thing that she believes will be a big tailwind for the business is getting this Teamsters deal just signed or settled in some way, handshake agreement or not. She believes that if you look out there at some of her customers, they have to go to their bosses and say, hey, we can guarantee, we want to guarantee that the packages can be delivered. With this Teamsters negotiation kind of hanging over UPS, admittedly, it doesn't give people the same confidence that they may otherwise have in the company because there is the potential for a work stoppage. There is a potential for some type of contentious negotiation that could slow down the network.
It's an important story, one to watch for sure. Frank, thank you. Frank Holland watching UPS in Atlanta today. Meantime, shares of Fiserv higher this morning after a beat across the board in Q1. They raised their guidance for the year, but signaling they do see the potential for a weaker economy in the second half. Joining us here at Post 9 for a closer look in a CNBC exclusive is Fiserv CEO Frank Bisignano. Great to have you.
Great to be here.
Stocks new highs.
제 목소리가 들리시는지 모르겠지만 저는 좀 전에 롱 포지션을 들어갔어요. 들어간 엔트리 포인트가 아마 12,950 좀 넘는 될 거예요. 아직 운전 중이라 그냥 보이스로만 말씀을 드립니다. 곧 돌아가서
How are you thinking about
구체적으로
lending will
봅시다.
look like in the back half of the year?
Well, I think, a little bit of our comments are we're cautious about the broader macro, but we do see our bank partners definitely veering into digital, veering into new opportunities to grow their client base. So I think broadly, they're still leaning in on opportunity to be able to provide more product to their client.
Everybody's excited about the Clover performance. This is your business that competes directly with Square. Who are you taking share from them? It feels like it's a kind of crowded space. What's working there?
Well, I think we started on the Clover journey. We bought it in 2013. It was a startup, and we did I think a phenomenal job out there building it out. Square had a head start on us by a couple of years. We have different strategies on the platform, but our platform is really about bringing more vertical services, value-added services, and being able to just grow our base, both outside the U.S. and within the U.S.
What does that mean, added services? And where are you competing?
Veer into restaurants. We bought a company called Bento Box, which is the front door, the digital front door to restaurants. Veer into retail. So to do more than just bring services and point of sale, but give them capability. It's an expanding TAM for us. We continue to penetrate those value-added services. We're up to 70% of our clients are buying more than just our cloud-based enabled system and payments.
Are you sensing a lot of new business creation, new onboarding, new client?
Yeah, I mean, new business formation still is strong.
야, 이게 엄청 또 오락가락하는구만.
The SMBs are a heart of America. And
정대 음봉이 떨어져 버렸네. 대응이 안 돼, 대응이. 운전 중엔 대응이 안 돼요. 장대 음봉 굳이 나쁜 건 아닌데 뉴스만 없다면은 그냥 수급에 의해 가지고 컨트롤되는 거니까 단기 매도세가 빠지는 거라고 생각해도 되긴 하는데 차 속에 있는 게 아쉽네요. 차 속에서는 컨디셔널 오더 넣는 게 너무 복잡해가지고 대응이 안 됩니다.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what you're seeing on consumer discretionary spending versus the non-discretionary spending.
Well, we're seeing a shift, right? And we're seeing basket sizes shrinking, but a slight bit, right? And of course, the consumers gotten a benefit. Petrol prices were a lot higher last year than this year, so that somewhat offsets the interest rate challenge they have. But we definitely see more non-discretionary spending than we did before.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can extend this year-on-year decline in at least energy or gas.
Yeah.
We'll see how long that lasts and the impact on the consumer, but it's a great radar to read. Frank, thank you. Good to see you.
Thanks. Have a great day. My pleasure.
Thanks, Frank. Still to come, Cleveland Cliffs shares under pressure as the company posts a loss, but remains optimistic as its auto business ramps up. We're going to talk to the CEO straight ahead. Plus, watching PepsiCo raising its outlook after a Q1 beat, organic revenue rising more than 14%. On the back of very strong pricing. That was up 16%, volumes down 2%, stocks up 2.25%. We'll be right back.
only from Xfinity.
European markets about to close momentarily with a negative tape dominated by big bank earnings and a big drop for mining stocks, something we're going to talk about in a few moments with the CEO of Cleveland Cliffs. UBS and Santander both lower, with the former reporting a 52% net decline in profit. Nestle bucking the trend today, marginally higher after beating sales estimates in a quarter where it hiked prices nearly 10%. All these food companies.
들어왔습니다.
The story abroad this morning is a warning.
아까 롱 포지션은 쑥 들어갔는데
In the last 3 decades, Europe has never avoided a contraction following a U.S. recession, and that if one does come this year,
장대 음봉으로 훅 떨어져 버리더라고요.
European stocks could suffer it.
일분봉으로 보면은 일단 트렌드는 잡아주는 것 같기도 하고, 그렇죠? 일단 여기서 브레이크 됐거든요. 그래서 이제는 좀 회복하는 흐름으로 가는 추세가 아닐까 하는 그런 생각이 들어가지고요. 회복이라 그래서 뭐 많이 올라가는 그런 건 아니고 흐름세가 이제 상승에서 약간의 하락으로 아니 하락에서 약간의 상승으로 반전이 있지 않을까 했는데 장대 음봉이 떨어진 후에 또 헤매고 있네요.
See how intertwined we remain. In the meantime, let's get a news update this morning with our Bertha Coombs. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Carl. Here's what's happening at this hour. President Biden launching his re-election campaign in a video titled Freedom. Posted 4 years to the day since he announced his 2020 campaign. President insists he has more work to do and promises to continue to fight for individual rights and stand up against what he called MAGA extremists. Former Fox anchor Tucker Carlson is already receiving offers following his departure from the network yesterday. One notable offer coming from RT.
지금 저는 아이언 펀더를 양쪽으로 S&P랑 나스닥이랑 같이 만들어서 하는 게 있는데 그게 괜찮아요.
The Billboard charts for months. Belafonte appeared in movies as well, but is maybe most well known as an early supporter of the civil rights movement and a friend to Dr. Martin Luther King. His political
클로즈를 해야 될 것 같아요. 맥시멈 프로핏을 갖는 것보다 그냥 지금 클로즈를 하는 게
And I have to say, in our house, we would play Harry Belafonte live at Carnegie Hall nonstop. I still play it when I'm homesick these days.
Bertha, thank you. Bertha Coombs. CEO of the National Bureau of Economic Research is coming up with us next. We're going to get his take on how to solve the impending debt ceiling crisis. NBAR, remember, is the organization that formally declares whether we are in recession. Also, look at shares of First Republic plummeting to an all-time low after reporting deposits fell by 41% during the quarter, more than expected. Management saying the outflows have stabilized over the past month. However, the street not holding back on its commentary this morning. Bank of America saying the company will never return to its former state. Wells Fargo not taking questions on the call spoke volumes. They say that. Janney going to sell, saying FRC needs to pull off the mother of all pivots to survive. Pretty ugly in terms of the commentary. Stocks down 28%. We'll be right back.
유럽장 마감과 미국 시장의 하락이 연동이 되네요. 손절 치고 숏 들어가야 될 것 같아서 그렇게 했습니다. 저는 숏을 해야지 확률이 높고 당연하죠. 옵션이랑 같이 연결이 돼 있어가지고 숏을 했을 때 리스크가 좀 적어요. 현재로.
Welcome back. Let's turn our focus to Washington, where we're still following the nation's debt drama. The GOP proposal set to hit the House floor this week. It would raise the borrowing limit by $1.5 trillion, but the deadline date might be coming sooner than we thought. Goldman Sachs last week predicting we could hit the ceiling by early June as April tax receipts fell 35 to 40%, in part due to reduced capital gains taxes. Our next guest is worried about the future beyond the latest political skirmish as rates are poised to rise above 5%. Joining us now is the National Bureau of Economic Research CEO, James Poterba, the man who holds the key to whether we're in recession, which I know you're not going to announce here, Jim, but are you getting worried?
Sarah, it's great to see you again. I think that I don't have a fix or a solution for the near-term issues around the debt ceiling debate. That's politics more than economics. But, I think it is worth recognizing the long-term backdrop against which this discussion is taking place. And that is just that the U.S. faces a structural deficit in terms of our federal funding as we look out to the decades ahead. It's a complicated calculation to do, and it requires some forecasting over very long horizons. But if you just look at the programs that are on the books today and what those are likely to cost going forward, and the tax revenue sources
일단 빠졌습니다. 일단은 안 좋아. 느낌이 안 좋아서 빠졌어.
a sort of 3% of GDP deficit without any obvious way of getting that to improve. And of course the dynamics of this is challenging because as you run those deficits for a longer period,
SPY has started to follow the market net flow. Might be a time for an entry.
Begin to pay more in interest, and the interest itself then contributes to the deficit as you go forward. So when you look at the forecasts, whether they're made by the CBO, by the IMF, by Bill Gale at the Brookings Institution, Alan Auerbach out at Berkeley, they all suggest that much higher levels of debt to GDP lie in our future as we look out to the 2040s and 2050s.
That's a problem. What you just painted there, and it hasn't really been a problem for the U.S. right? As long as we're the reserve currency, until it is. Are you suggesting that we're reaching some sort of tipping point?
It's really hard, Sarah, to pin down a tipping point. Some people will recall over a decade ago there was a lot of discussion if you crossed 90% of debt to GDP, that was going to unleash various things. We've crossed it and it didn't have those consequences. And part of the discussion around the burden of the debt, the debt
SPY has started to follow the market net flow. Might be a time for an entry.
To focus on. It may be more important to think about what it actually costs you to service that debt, which focuses maybe on
드물게 별표 붙은 거 나옴. 그게 뭐죠? 드물게 별표 붙은 게 나온다는 게?
really dramatic change in real interest rates, and that has pushed up the burden of the debt stock that we already have. If you look at the history of, say, the 10-year real interest rate estimated by, say, the Cleveland Fed, we're at a number today that is on the order of maybe 1.5%. That number was under 1% for most of the decade in 2010 and 2020, but it was closer close to 2% in the first decade of this century, nearly 3% during the 1990s. So
아,
depending on where that
데이터?
long-term rate lands, the burden of this debt stock becomes much greater. When the debt to GDP
뭐가
ratio is
나오죠?
around 100%, which it is today,
또 나오지 않았나?
an additional
7시 반에?
1% real interest rate increase is costing the federal government another 1% of GDP every year as we have to service that debt.
Yeah, definitely one of the different things that are different now than in 2011 as people are making a lot of the comparisons and analogs, Jim. I wonder, when we're talking about the computation that leads you to a decision about a recession, one of the arguments we get a lot from macro bulls is that it would be uncommon to go into recession with housing being such a positive contributor to growth. And I wonder if that's true.
As you know, the NBER is a backward-looking entity in terms of how we think about the dating of peaks and troughs in the economy. So we don't attempt to do any forecasting or looking at where we might go. The key question, of course, is whether the aggregation of what's happening in all the different sectors of the economy, whether it's housing, manufacturing, exports, adds up to at this point to a downturn, which would look like it was deep and had a long duration and was reasonably dispersed across the economy, because that depth, duration, and dispersion are the three criteria that the NBER looks to.
내려가네요. 깨지네요.
But can we get there? Can we have a recession with 3.5% unemployment? Does that work?
There have been periods in the past, if you go back to the 1950s, Sarah, when with very low unemployment rates there was actually a downturn in economic activity. Yeah.
Okay, there's the answer. I'm surprised. I thought you were going to say no. Jim, thank you. Keep us posted.
Sounds good. Great to see you.
Jim Viterba, NBER president.
Still to come this morning, the CEO of Cleveland Cliffs. We're going to dive into the opportunity the auto industry is now presenting for a lot of the miners. And speaking of the auto sector, GM results today, raising guidance for the full year after it saw revenue jump 11% in the quarter. Shares, though, getting punished like a lot of corporate earnings companies are today, down about 3%. Stay with us.
재미없죠? 시장이 좀 재미없어요. 슬슬 흘러내리는데 그거를 우리가 부정하고 있으면 재미가 없어지죠. 일단은 뭐 제가 찾은 서플라이 디맨드 전후를 보면은 여기까지가 지금 빠질 가능성이 지금 높거든요. 여기 지금 2시간 차트를 보고 1시간 차트도 떨어지는 차트죠. 30분 차트도 떨어지는 차트, 15분 차트도 떨어지는 차트, 5분 차트도 떨어지는 차트. 뭔가 여기가 이제 5분 봉으로 봤을 때는 여기가 어느 정도 서포트가 돼야 되는데 여기 깨졌어요. 그리고 오늘 저점도 이 T그룹 봐서도 깨지고, 한번 뚫리면은 이제 여기서 물이 줄줄 새는 거거든요.
Express also dragging on the Dow. We're down about 136 points or so. UNH, Amgen, J&J having a good day, but not balancing some of the negativity, mostly over earnings.
There's a look at CLF this morning.
되지 않았으면 좋겠는데 느낌이 그런 것 같죠. 이번 주부터
Q1 amid lower sales, some higher costs. Auto segment though remaining strong and now 36% of steel making revenue, and the company confident that the sector can continue to grow. Joining us this morning in a first on CNBC interview is Cleveland-Cliffs CEO Lorenzo Gonsalves. It's great to have you back. I gotta ask why the auto end market, and it's not just companies like yours, it's semiconductors as well. Why is the end market getting so much attention?
I don't know. Good morning. Nice to see you again. We can only report on our own thing, and we continue to see the market, the main markets for us, particularly automotive, performing extremely well. Demand continues to be great. We are selling more tons and at higher prices to the automotive market. The consumer continues to buy cars. So everything looks good in real world, but I just learned that we can have a recession with low unemployment. So keep learning stuff every day.
It's amazing things you learn as a viewer. Is the auto end market largely about being about prices as we're inventory constrained, or is it more about the transition to EVs and how that changes the metallurgy of the automobile?
It's both. It's both. The transition is happening, and we are working with our clients, all of them. We are the largest supplier of every single major car manufacturer in the United States by a large margin. So we are supporting all of them in that transition. But let's face it, at this point in time, the demand is also controlled by traditional, conventional internal combustion engine vehicles. We are the largest of both. So we are benefiting from both sides.
What's happening on prices? I think you've been pretty aggressive at raising steel prices. What do you see happening going forward?
Look, we have a tradition in this business, Sarah, of having car manufacturers imposing prices to steel suppliers. We changed that dynamics here in the United States in the last 3 years, when we were able to acquire both AK Steel and ArcelorMittal USA, and we became the largest supplier. We have a much more mature relationship with these car manufacturers today. They understand that we need to produce returns on our investment. Otherwise, they would not have a supplier going forward. So this has translated in higher prices, and we are benefiting from these higher prices.
So where's the disappointment today coming from, Lorenzo? The stock is
Net
down about 6%.
premiums for market calls just got positive for the day. That is a bullish sign.
Well, we beat in revenues, we beat in sales, we beat in EBITDA, we beat even in EPS, even though it was a loss that was a lot smaller than the anticipated loss. We built the inventories in Q1 on higher prices. So all this cash flow will start coming in Q2. We are anticipating debt repayment to the order of more than $1 billion going forward. So we are in fantastic shape. So the only answer I can give to you about why stock prices are going down today is simple. I don't know. What I do know is that in a couple of days when the window opens, I will be buying stock myself because this stock is on sale.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a finicky tape today, Lorenzo. Talk about China both as a growth market globally and then as a supply market, and how that's altering the dynamics.
Net premiums for market calls just got positive for the day. That is a bullish sign.
We're very happy that China, as a global supplier, is no longer the global supplier, reliable global supplier that it was in the past. We are in a pre-war world right now, and in worlds that are in pre-war moment, we can't count on enemies to supply anything to us. So all this reshoring of manufacturing that's happening in the United States is happening happening for a reason, and the reason is we are preparing to a time that importing is no longer an option. We are at the core of this movement here in the United States as the supplier of steel for the key sectors, including automotive, appliances, can manufacturing. Canned foods is very important in times of war. So that's what we are envisioning in the medium to long term.
What about the price gap between steel prices in the U.S. and China? Is that sustainable?
First of all, there's no gap at this point. We are pretty much in line with worldwide prices. We are not suffering any gap in price. We only have this so-called gap when they dump. And at this point, with that.
예, 오늘 약간 엇박자 나는 스탁 막 계신 것 같아요. 저는 그 FRC 손절해버렸어요. 그 돈 가지고 다른 걸 하는 게 나을 것 같아서 일단 FRC 손절 쳤고 지금 오늘도 아이언 컨더 QQQ랑 스파이 컴바인 된 거를 장 마감할 때 내일 만기 되는 걸로 지금 잡아 놓을 계획이 있고요. 그리고 선물 트레이드도 지금 선물도 옵션으로 잡아놨거든요. 그렇게. 그래서 거기선 수익이 나고 있기 때문에 굳이 지금 스캘핑을 해야 될까 하는 그런 고민이 생겨요. 왜냐면 스캘핑을 하면 할수록 돈을 잃는 것 같아, 오늘은. 지금 컨트랙을 더 넣을 수가 없어, 내가. 꽉 차가지고. 그렇기 때문에 블렌딩도 소위 말하는 물타기도 안 되고, 요번에 정리되면 일단은 12시까지는 쉬어야 될 것 같아요. 막판에 아무래도 마이크로소프트 때문에 이렇게 좀 올라가지 않을까 싶긴 한데요. 별로 마이크로소프트에 대한 예상도 그렇게 좋지 않은 것 같아요. 지금 분위기가. 그동안 너무 많이 올라와가지고. 우리 C빌에 한번 놀러 갔다 올까요? 거기 가면 맛있는 점심을 먹을 수 있다 그러는데. 이거는 자포자기를 하는 게 아니라요. 전략적인 뭐랄까요? 쉼이라고 볼 수 있죠. 난 지금 마지막 트레이드. 지금 전반적으로 다운사이드로 가는 종목들이 많네요. 의외로 테슬라만 조금 바닥치고 한번 다시 이것도 바닥치고 오는 게 아니야. 하락세야. 플러스 전환됐네.
How do we look for the progress on AI? Is it in numbers or color around earnings?
It's mostly going to be color. And look, today, Sarah, is AI day for earnings season. On the one side, you have the perceived leader in AI, Microsoft, which has been rapidly pumping out AI features into products like Bing Search, Teams, and other Microsoft Office apps. And then you have the fast follower, Alphabet, which has only experimental version of its chatbot Bard on the market, but promises to incorporate those products into search and other things. And so why this matters? JP Morgan analysts had a really good note out this morning.
왜 익절이 안 돼? 뭘 나오는 거야?
Are responsible for the performance of 53% of the S&P 500 and 54% of the Nasdaq 100 so far this year. Alphabet shares have been especially sensitive to the idea. It's behind Microsoft and AI.
밑으로 깨졌다.
Shares fall on that report.
나스닥 밑으로 열렸습니다.
Ditching Google as the default default search engine on its devices following the Bing AI launch. And it shows Google has more to lose. It has over 90% of the search market share, and the lucrative deals it cuts with device makers like Apple and Samsung help secure that. The momentum behind Bing, though, gives companies like Samsung and Apple more bargaining power with Google to grab an even bigger slice of Google's search profits. On the call tonight,
이게 얼마나 흐를까? 아니면 다시 반등할까?
on when Google will incorporate
표
BAR into
딕절
search along with other Google products. And beyond AI, there's a lot of
하다?
slowing Azure growth is going to be the story at Microsoft, not to mention those poor reports of PC sales falling this quarter, which will impact the Windows business. And for Google, focus on the health of the digital ad
이게
market,
딱
YouTube
깨졌어요.
sales, and its own cloud business, which is still far behind Microsoft's in terms of market share, guys.
여기서
Steve, I wonder if Alphabet's going to get some kind of robust
다시 이쪽으로 들어오는 그런 흐름이 없으면은
either on the Samsung or the Apple side.
Yeah, and that's a big one. Like I was saying, Carl, you know, Google pays in these revenue share agreements tens of billions of dollars to various web browsers, to Samsung, to Apple. Apple reportedly they pay $20 billion a year, and the Apple contract in particular is said to be up for negotiation again.
손절 위치는 여기고, 아니야 입절 위치는 여기고, 손절 위치는 이 장대 양봉이 있는데.
As far as macro tells, Steve, what's the expectation for search revenue? We've just been talking to some of the consumer CEOs, Coke, Pepsi, McDonald's last hour. They're ramping up ad spend, and I wonder, because this is the one that's been sensitive to the macroeconomic weakness.
Yeah, and it's not just the ad network, but I also like looking when Microsoft reports
목표는 길을 못 찾으신 건 아닐까요?
cloud business, because that gives you a read into
아니면은
how small businesses are
오래전부터 들어가 계셨었어요.
cuts they're making. Microsoft loves to say, look, we're cutting deals now with our customers. We're helping them save money now. It might not be great for our bottom line today, but they want to capture those customers, keep those cloud customers now. So when we come out of this macro environment, they'll have those people locked down.
And then you finally got on the Microsoft side the ongoing Activision discussion.
올라는 1998년에 프랑스 월드컵에서 엄청난 주가가 올라간 축구 선수의 이름이죠. FIFA 98에 아주 페버릿한 선수였습니다.
Steve, going to be a busy 24 hours for you, Steve Kovac.
아 맞다, 이빠 들어오셨다. 맞아. 길을 잃진 않으셨어요. 그래도 테슬라가 버틴다. 뺄 재료는 없는데 올라갈 재료도 없어. PE가 너무 높아서 지금 다 PE 때문에 겁나는 것 같아요. 그럼 여기가 아주 크리티컬한 위치예요. 여기서 다시 뚫고 올라가면은 약간 상승 반전이죠. 이 박스권에서의. 근데 여기 못 올라가면 이쪽으로 비슷하는 거예요. 내가 봤을 때는 하락으로 가는 게 패턴으로는 맞는 것 같은데. 이거는 뭐 짜고 치는 고수답 아니겠어요? 데슬링은 어차피 하원이랑 대통령이랑은 전혀 다른 의견을 가지고 있는 두 존재고. 약간 나의 플랜이랑 조금 안 맞네. 오늘 좀 오르면은 현금화할 게 좀 있었는데.
Volatility making a buzz on Wall Street this morning. The CBOE launching a new one-day volatility index, which accounts for options with 1 to 0 day expirations versus the old VIX, the fear index, which tracks longer timelines. CBOE has sent CNBC info for the past month, moving drastically as banking and recession fears have roiled markets over the past few weeks. But overall, a lot lower. It'll be interesting, fun, maybe to track around Fed days.
지금 이 속지 말아야 될 패턴이에요. 아침에 쭉 한번 올랐다가 내려가는 거. 그러면 결과적으로 이제 그러니까 롱텀 차트를 봐야 돼. 계속 흘러내리는 장이기 때문에
Because everyone's so short-term in the trading, explosion of short-term trading. In the meantime, Carl, you know, a lot of people are talking about the lower level of volatility in the market. Is it complacency? We're seeing a sell-off right now, but again, nothing extreme. And even with First Republic, which was in the eye of the storm during the banking crisis and now continues to be so, not seeing the kind of major ripple effect on financials and on the system that we saw in early March, which is a good thing.
내려가는 것도 상당히 속도가 느려요. 올라가는 것도 속도가 느리고.
Obviously, macro implications regarding credit, the extension of credit, and what that would
나 222.
small business lending and eventually GDP in the back half of the year.
And ultimately just what's going to happen with this bank, which is down 30%, and there's a lot of concerns over treasuries. I'm watching getting bought. We're seeing yields a little bit lower. Consumer staples and utilities are the only positive sectors, which tells you there's a defensive feel, more sort of recessionary type positioning, although every day it changes. Are we going into recession and are we not?
Yeah, interesting to hear. I mean, for example, McDonald's
FRC 평단가 까봐요. 난 털어냈어.
For example, not ordering up, not asking for that extra order of fries. Yeah. So having a
나는 뭐 트레이드하는 거는 지금 평단이 얼마야 이거는. 이건 평단이 저때 170대 샀나? 다시?
Sign of a pushback on the higher prices from the consumers and recessionary trade down type behavior. So it's not like a broad brace everybody's warning, and in fact you're not seeing a lot of guidance being cut.
All right. Holding 4100 here. Let's get to court in the half.
Thank you, Carl and Sarah. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I am Courtney Reagan in today for Scott Wapner. Earnings front and center this hour as investors sift through a big batch of this morning's results and gear up for two huge tech titans reporting after the bell. Our investment committee is standing by to help you navigate it all. Joining me for the hour, Josh Brown, Stephanie Link, and Jason Snipe. Let's get a quick check on markets here. Just about at session lows here. Dow Jones Industrial Average down about 0.4%. The NASDAQ is the laggard, down more than 1% as we wait for some of those big tech results. The S&P 500 down just about 1% or so. When it comes to sectors, consumer staples leading the way, along with utilities, a little defensive play there, and then energy is pulling up the rear there. So the countdown is
진짜로 오늘 마이크로소프트랑 구글 기다리고 잘 나오면 올라갈까요? 아니면 잘 나와도 알았어 그러고 계속 내려갈까요? 잘 나올 거를 기대한다면은 굳이 지금 주가가 이렇게 빠질 필요는 없는데, 그렇죠?
Oh wow, my choice.
Your choice.
Actually, I want to talk. I want to talk about volatility, Courtney, and I want to share with you something that we've been talking with our clients about, because I think it really highlights how different the market environment is this year versus what we all lived through last year. You know, we're still trading just about where we were last summer on the S&P, but people seem to feel so much better. I think part of that is because we are staring at perhaps the last rate hike of the cycle later next month.
Okay.
If you think about volatility,
익절이 됐는데 별로 세지가 않다.
2022, the Nasdaq had 46 separate days where it was down 2% or worse. It had 18 days where it was down 3%. If you look at what's gone on this year so far, and I know it's only April, but bear with me, we've only had 2 trading days with the Nas down 2%. We've had 0 days of negative 3%. And even in the S&P, you know, it's a radical difference. So right now, you got a VIX that's up about 5%, let's call it 18. That is still 1 standard deviation below its mean, which is 21. The median VIX for 2023 is about 19. And the median VIX for 2022 was 25, which is an order of magnitude greater. So even though we're in this situation where earnings are just so-so, we don't have the volatility to match with all of the opinions and all of the headlines. And I think that that's really what's been key so far this year to understand. And in that environment, there's a certain type of stock that tends to do really well, and it happens to be large cap, growth at a reasonable price, and those are the biggest stocks that affect both the NASDAQ and to a greater extent, the S&P 500. And that's where we stand right now.
Very interesting take. I mean, I hear what you're saying about the market feeling better, but so many others are talking about complacency, or even some of the companies that we've heard from feeling more like they're in a wait-and-see mode. They actually put up some pretty strong earnings, but when it comes to forecasting the future, we're just not sure. Jason, what's your take right now, I guess?
Rush is
Let's
short.
do broader markets before we drill down into some of these mega-cap tech names that Josh is suggesting may do well in this environment.
Yeah, so I think what's super interesting when we think about the market in general, there's been a lot of concern about this earnings apocalypse that we really haven't experienced. I mean, 77% of companies have beat on EPS, and about 73% have beat on revenue thus far. Looking forward to the tech earnings that we'll see. We'll hear from Google, we'll hear from Microsoft this afternoon. I think what we're expecting is some deceleration on cloud, which I think, and for me, I think it's more like right-sizing what cloud growth has been in a normal economy, and I think we'll see some of that. For Microsoft in particular, I think PC
모르겠다,
is
이거는.
a concern for me. I
여기서
think
어떻게
PC, there's been some PC slowdown absolutely. But I think what's good about this week is we're seeing the entire market. It's not just financials, what we saw earlier in the cycle. We're hearing from other companies like Pepsi this morning that had some really strong earnings. We heard from P&G last week, some of the staplers that are doing well. So I do think I'm relatively optimistic on how earnings have gone thus far, and we'll see how the rest of this week goes.
Stephanie, it's a really big day here for tech earnings after the bell.
Yeah.
What are you expecting out of Microsoft? Jason brings up, of course, the weak PC shipments and sales, which we do expect. What about what's going on in the cloud?
Oh, I think it's all about what's going on in the cloud. And I think this is a very, very big week. We know that all of these companies represent such a big part of the overall market, right? And technology and comm services.
최후의 승리자가 승리자다.
Percent of the S&P 500. They better do good. But I don't know.
전 최후에는
I know we've all been talking about cloud decelerating and kind of sales cycles extending 50% from 30% sequentially. We're hearing about price discounts. We're hearing
내려가려면 시원하게 좀 가고 솔직히 이렇게 내려가는 게 더 겁나. 이러다 갑자기 장대 양봉으로 또 반등이 하면은 또 다 털리거든.
the cloud problems, but they have digital advertising problems, right? There's that. I think YouTube will be fine. Actually, I think that's going to be the bright spot. On Microsoft, they have PC problems along with cloud problems. So there's a lot to digest. These stocks are up 20% on the year. They're not cheap. And I think the risk reward isn't that great. I mean, I own Meta, and that risk reward really scares me too because it's up even more. It's up 70% on the year, right? But I do think that there are company-specific things happening at Meta that I can actually digest and I can get behind and I can focus on the fundamentals, and that's really cost cutting, but as well as them getting momentum in Reels and click to message and those kinds of things that will help drive better growth in the
빨간
Yeah, that's a good point, Josh. I mean,
핑크색 돈까지 거의 다 왔습니다.
you really want to see organic growth. Revenue is projected
그때
to get
수익이 많이 안 나.
for Microsoft. I mean, is that a
많이
concern
못
for you when
들어가니까.
you're looking also at how far the stock has already run? Microsoft's up 17% year to date, almost double what the S&P 500 has done.
Okay, so I bought more Alphabet the other day, and it was a dramatic average up, which I don't do that often.
Okay.
But I just felt like And this is not specifically a call about, tonight's earnings news, but I just felt that Google was poised to have a better year than Microsoft, and I'll lay out the case as to why. Both of these stocks, by the way, are trading above their 50-day and
조금만 더 내려오세요.
Microsoft is about 5% from
수익
its
좀
52
많이
high,
낼 수 있게
which is incredible.
내려오세요.
But Google is still 14% away, and I think has more ground to make up. Google is trading at a 23 PE. Microsoft is trading at a 31.
일단 여러분들은 일단은 테슬라가 유지가 되면 되죠. 지수는 상관없죠.
Both companies have had their challenges. Microsoft has seen 5 straight quarters of slowing revenue growth. The reason why this stock has held up so well is because gross margins are holding up. 67 to 68%, going all the way back to the fourth quarter of 2020. That is truly remarkable performance in this day and age of higher costs, higher expenses, pretty much across the board. But Microsoft's, and Stephanie could debate me on this, but Microsoft's cloud revenue saw a decline in growth in Q3 of 2022, a little bit of a bounce in Q4, up 7%.
저는 이대로 종료만 되면
Even though Google is facing that same revenue growth slowdown, Google Cloud actually has been growing while Microsoft has either been declining or just so-so. Obviously, Microsoft's much bigger, and that gives Google the opportunity to grow that business. In the meanwhile, Google Search is still a monster. We forget, this is a business that had $42.6 billion in revenue just standalone in Q4 of 2022. Of course, YouTube will be important.
여기서 이제는 바닥 찍고 반등할래나? 여기가 이제 어떻게 보면은 서포트 라인이 돼야 되는 데인데 좀 리스크가 있을 것 같긴 한데 여기서 만약에 롱을 잡는다 그러면은 1.6%가 빠졌죠. 일단 여기서 하나만 들어가 봐야죠.
So, these numbers are coming down pretty darn fast. And I totally agree. Microsoft is expensive, but actually its long-term history is about
여기서 하나만 들어가 봅니다.
It's come down. It's trading below its historical average. And I don't disagree that Alphabet is cheap at 19 times. I just think if I look at all of them, the big ones,
스탑은
Meta is trading at
좀 전에
17 times this
나왔던
year, and it's trading at 13.5
최저점에 딱
times
걸고
next year. And the second half of the year, this year, should see double-digit revenue growth and 30% earnings growth. So I just think that the valuation for what you're getting, and people don't really believe. I know, again, the stock is up a lot this year, but it was down a lot last year as well.
Jason, you own Alphabet and Microsoft. What would be a catalyst for you to double down your position, buy a little bit more? What do you want to hear from the CEOs on those calls?
Yeah, for sure. I think what's interesting about the conversation we're having about cloud, 9% of Google Cloud. Google Cloud is only 9% of their revenue, right? So search is almost 60% of their revenue. Last year they did $282 billion in total revenues. Google Search was about $162 billion. So, the concern for me about Google, when I think about this whole story with Bing and the platform story, and also with Apple, let's see how that plays out. I think that is a material development as it relates to this stock. But I continue to like Microsoft. Microsoft is expensive, to your point. 31 times, but historically, still it's somewhat of a discount, but still at a very expensive stock.
But the free cash flow is so incredible, right?
100%.
And they do have a lot of catalysts ahead of them.
100%. AI. And I think AI is a big revolutionary story behind Microsoft. So,
do you worry about in Alphabet, do you worry about in search that they have a lot of exposure to financials?
Oh, I think so. I think that's an issue potentially. Yeah. But the other point I wanted to make is also on advertising. Advertising is starting to grow. It was a miss last quarter. I think it was a miss of around 3%, and it's going to be a slower miss. It's predicted to be a slower miss this quarter. So we'll see. I think it's some mixed catalysts here and there.
And what about with the ad spend and what the read-through is for the broader economic picture, for all of us, for the entire economy, but also for the future of that company? Say go out 2-3 quarters.
Yeah. So ad spend is always a concern, particularly in a slowdown. And when we're looking at macro, that's when the ad spending starts to slow, and I think that is a concern. But I think there's enough strength in other areas of the business that will kind of give them some strength going forward.
Josh?
Yeah, I
힘이 진짜 없네.
we know that ad spending will be way some people think. What actually ends up happening is that advertisers still need to spend money, and what they do is they consolidate to only the best platforms to do their advertising, and those are Meta and Google, and I don't even know who the third place would be. So what ends up happening in an ad slowdown is all these random websites and all these third, fourth, fifth tier social networks, TV networks, they starve. But Google, Facebook,
진짜로 밑에서 누가 한번 밀어 올려주지 않으면은 오늘 시장은 어려울 것 같네. 고점 찍고 떨어지는 하락장의 전형적인 차트이기 때문에
from the companies that pay them to do the advertising. And so I don't think that phenomenon, that cyclical advertising slowdown is really going to be a challenge for these two companies in particular, and to a lesser extent Microsoft is now involved in advertising, so is Amazon. I don't think those companies have anything to worry about, quite frankly. The Huffington Post has something to worry about.
We forgot to mention that Apple privacy comps get a lot easier going forward, and that's going to be a nice tailwind for all of these companies.
There you go.
So I think that that's something to watch, especially for Meta, mostly for Meta, which is why I worry so much. But I do think that that is really going to be something that gets talked a lot about, and the solutions that all of these companies have put in place to get past this.
Great point. Great point. Let's talk about some of today's other big earnings reports, the ones that we've heard from already. General Electric beat on the top and the bottom lines and raised the low end of its earnings forecast. Steph, you own this. This is actually a pretty substantial beat here for GE, huh?
Finally.
여기가 쌍바닥 되느냐?
Along with Boeing, they both trade on free cash flow. And the free cash flow came in much better than expected, and the guidance for free cash flow was higher than expected. I almost
근데 이해가 안 가는 게 GM 같은 거는 레비뉴 빗, EPS 빗 좋은 회사라가 아니라 정말 나라에서 밀어주는 회사라서.
Once they spin out power and renewables, which is going to come in January of next year. So then you can decide which one you like. I happen to
부탁해요,
like
목두님.
healthcare is getting hit very hard today. I think that was just profit taking and very high expectations, but I think that story is also very attractive, and I'd be a buyer of that one on weakness, but same on GE.
CEO Larry Culp telling Seema Modi margin compression is a risk here, potentially. Renewables looking to turn a profit in 2024.
이게 정말 진정한 쌍바닥이 되느냐?
So are you in at a level where you feel comfortable and you're not ready to buy more because of where we're trading?
I've owned this for a while, and so it's had a really nice run this year, up 50%. So I'm not inclined to chase it. I'm still trying to decide what I want to do to the renewables piece. If I want to be involved in that piece, that's a real turnaround. But I think that in the second half of the year, that orders could actually double. And orders actually were quite strong this quarter. So I think there is some upside to that piece of the story.
Oh no.
Aviation is really just a gem, and it's just getting to be a cleaner story.
Josh, you have a take here on General Electric?
I don't. Stephanie is definitely the axe on this stock for our show. But I would point out, to the extent that GE is susceptible just to the global economy, and obviously some of the big drivers there, healthcare spending, energy, etc. Those are really, I think, areas that people are not specifically worried about right now.
이 밑에서 클로즈 되면은 게임 오버.
For her sake and for the shareholders of GE's sake, those forces remain intact, and that gives this company the backdrop for the improvement to continue.
Let's move on to McDonald's, also beating on earnings and revenue. Global same-store sales up roughly 12%. Steph, you've also been watching this one. McDonald's trading at all-time highs back to its IPO in 1965. They're going to give us some innovations on the Big Mac, some extra Big Mac sauce. It just seems like...
아, 힘이 없다. 좀 밀어라. 세게. 똥꼬침. 뭐야, 똥침인데 자꾸 목님이 똥꼬침을 해가지고 나한테 똥꼬침이 되네. 희망의 메시지. 안 졸려요. 안 피곤해. 이게 더블 발음이기를 바래요. 희망의 메시지. 내가 FRC를 손절해버렸어요. 그 정도면 희망의 메시지가 아닐까요?
Absolutely. So I think there's a lot of ways you can play consumer. Staples I've been adding. I added this past quarter, Procter & Gamble as well. But at the flip side, I still like discretionary too. I think TJX I added while you were on maternity leave. and I think that there's a way to play consumer, especially as China reopens, right? If you think about that is going well. We look at Macau, again, LVMH. The numbers have been really very impressive. So I think the consumer's been hanging in there, to my surprise. So I actually have a lot of exposure there. I'm still overweight.
Jason, what do you make of McDonald's here?
So I don't own McDonald's stock, but to Steph's point, just on some of these.
지금 롱 포지션 아주 작게 하나 가지고 있어요.
The theme for me is pricing power. You know, PepsiCo, Procter & Gamble, organic sales getting to 6 to 7% range. I mean, you know, on the high end of the guide from last quarter, you know, this is a positive. I think the market has early on in the season, early on this year, I think the concern around
이게 이 스캘핑의 이 백미는 얼마만큼 스탑 로스를 잘 잡아놓느냐예요. 괜히 어설프게 스탑 로스 걸리면 안 되기 때문에.
You know, not really. Although they both on the surface sell burgers and fries.
스탑 로스는 이 저기 제일 저점 있잖아요. 거기 정도 잡아놓으면은 좀 맘 편히 기다릴 수 있을 거예요.
Shaq really is benefiting now because of the return of tourism, and most of their locations are in high traffic areas. They're in cosmopolitan cities. They're in airports. They're in destinations, and they're in midtown.
아니면은 10포인트 트레일링 스탑.
So to the extent that that has not come all the way back yet, there's still room for improvement. But I think if you think about the fundamentals of Shaq relative to its market cap, this is still a fast-growing company, opening a lot of locations, still gaining traction with the consumer, going to places where people even haven't really had the Shaq experience yet or have had it while they were away, and now they can have it at home. And it's a $2 billion market cap. It's the cheapest valuation you've been able to buy this stock at since it's come public almost 10 years ago. So I like the stock here. It's been tough because it really hasn't performed in the last couple of years, but I think it'll be fine. I also want to highlight Domino's Pizza, which has been a horrible stock.
뉴스가 귀에 안 들어와 오늘은.
Suffered with the rest of the work from home stocks in this post-pandemic period. A couple of weeks ago, the CEO just bought $1 million worth of stock on the open market, and he already owns tons of stock. There's a lot of reasons why insiders sell. They often sell on a predetermined schedule, but this guy's buying, and his stock has been absolutely trashed. It was $560. Now it's $300. It's one that I'm keeping on my radar. Still in a downtrend, but if it can break that downtrend, I think the
그래서 세게 한번 쫙
last year, and this is the type of stock that could go up very quickly once the sentiment around it changes.
Yeah, Domino's down about 4% year to date. Let's move on to General Motors. That company beat estimates and raised the full year guidance. Josh, I'm going to go back to you because you used to be in this name. Anything that you heard from the call, from the earnings release, make you want to dip back in?
No, this stock is like watching paint dry. It was $32 a share today in 2013. It's $32 a share today. I really don't know what would have to happen to change that. It's trading right smack in the middle of its range back to the pre-pandemic period. So for 3 years, it's been down, it's been up, it's been back down. Basically, it does nothing, goes nowhere. It's only a 1% dividend yield, so not enough to keep me interested. I actually think the company has done all of the right things. I think the push into electrification, the simplification of what they're doing from a business model standpoint, the execution. There's nothing that you could really complain about in terms of how they're managing the business and the strategic initiatives. It just doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Like I can envision a scenario where this stock trades at 3 or 4 times earnings, and they keep growing earnings. So it's really a frustrating situation. And I would just say to the people that are in it, it's like only when it breaks out. Like that, then I want to look back at it and say, okay, why is it breaking out now? But until then, I mean, you might as well own a CD at a bank.
Before we move on, I just want to get your thought here because you brought up electrification. CFO Paul Jacobson told reporters that GM doesn't believe it needs to match or follow the recent price cuts on the EVs like Tesla did. Do you think that that's the right decision? You said they're doing all the right things. Is that the right thing?
Oh, me? Yeah, well, listen, I couldn't speak to which models they might want to cut prices on, etc. How important market share is to their strategy.
일단 털어냈어요. 여기까지 갈 수 있을 거라는 희망이 없어.
That's not the real question. The real question is what is going to bring other investors into this stock at higher prices. And I really don't think that that would have anything to do with it. The thing is, I don't know what the answer to that question is. And so I wait and see if the market decides to figure that out without me.
Fair enough. Well, stay with us. Up next, our chart of the day on one regional bank stock plunging to all-time lows. Halftime is back in 2 minutes.
오늘은 계속 일하셔야 될 것 같은데. 오늘은 계속 일하세요. 오늘은 움직여 봐야 진짜로 해가지고 얼마나 벌겠다고 움직이겠어요. 오늘 너무 안 좋아. 지금 이게 어디서 따온 거죠? 이 파란 존으로 완전히 들어가면은 그때 한번 더 갈 흐름을 볼 수는 있는데 지금은 좀 약간 지금 그래요. 그리고 시퀀스 카운트로도 지금 9까지 왔는데 이게 연속적으로 갈지. 여기선 다시 숏이 들어가야 되는지 모르겠네. Check out our chart of the day. Shares of First Republic plunging on earnings, hitting a new all-time low. Let's get over to Dom Chu. He's got the details on this messy print. Dom.
All right, so Courtney, the volatility we're seeing in that stock is something that was expected, but the downside direction may have caught some traders off guard, especially given the big upside move into that earnings print. So it wasn't really all about the better than expected earnings or better than expected revenues. Deposit levels were key here. They were much worse than consensus estimates. They fell to $104.5 billion at the end of March. They were $176.4 at the end of the previous quarter. That's a nearly 41% drop. Deposit levels did stabilize in the first few weeks of the current quarter, but they still
여기서 이제 다시 재반등을 할 건가?
from the quarter end 2nd through April 21st. There's also a concern building that the relationship banking model, key to First
아우,
Republic's
힘들었어.
historical success, could be in jeopardy with clients potentially leaving the bank, including those all-important high and ultra-high net worth
이제
wealth
봅시다.
management customers. It is something that CEO Michael Roffler addressed very early in yesterday's earnings call.
Despite the uncertainty of the past 2 months, and while average account sizes have decreased, we have retained over 97% of client relationships that banked with us at the start of the first quarter.
All right, so First Republic also laid out plans to cut jobs and real estate costs, also executive compensation. And Courtney,
아직 9시네. 피곤하다 이제. 뭐 좀 먹어야지.
and there was no Q&A before it just pretty much ended. That was the First Republic report and call. I'll send things back over to you.
Oh, wow. That is an interesting note on that. Wow. 12 minutes. No questions from analysts.
That's just dumb.
I was going to say, I mean, how many questions must the analyst community have right now?
That is just
Holy cow.
That's just not, that's ill-advised, as my friend Jim Cramer would say.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, that just doesn't make any sense, because then you wind up giving more questions or leaving more questions to investors in general, right? So, look, I think the regionals they're really hard. They're hard to even bottom fish here to look and see, even the highest quality ones. But, you know, they're going to continue to lose share, and the big ones, the big banks, are going to gain share. And that's what we saw this past quarter, right? I mean, JP Morgan was stellar, and they raised net interest income, and that stock trades at a premium, as it should. But I think that other companies did pretty well. Like Wells Fargo did very well, 45% in net interest income. Expenses were flat, better than expected. Loan growth was 6%, trades at 0.9 times book, and they are gaining share as well. So I like that one. Morgan Stanley had a very good quarter, and I think capital markets were in the process of bottoming. So there are a couple of names in this sector that you can own, but I think you have to be very selective, and I just wouldn't touch the regionals here.
Do you think that the problems are over, the big problems that we saw from the regionals? Okay, that's good news. Yeah, Josh?
I was going to say, one of the interesting pieces of the story here that touches on my industry is that First Republic also had a very large wealth management operation, and the future of that is very much in doubt. This is now going to be maybe a single-digit stock price when all is said and done. This is a company that has stabilized itself. They said they've got about $45 billion in either capital or access to capital, which should more than cover about double what their interest rates are and all the debt they had to take down. But that's on the bank side. Now imagine they have 200 financial advisors. Wealth management 10 years ago was about 5% of their revenues. Now it's 15%. They claim they have $271 billion in AUM.
S&P 4,100이에요? 그럼 이제부터 올라오겠네. 정확하게 4,100이에요? 4,100. 이제 올라오겠다 그러면.
Some others. But how many financial advisors are going to stick around there now and want to introduce themselves to new
잃지 않고 버티고 있으면 돼 이제부터.
Hey, I'm with First Republic. Like think about how difficult it is just to be a financial advisor and gain someone's trust and confidence. Telling them that you are an FA and you work at a division of a bank that was just bailed out by 7 other banks and the federal.
오케이, 지금은 4,100.02. 뭔가 약속했듯이 4,100 치면은 4,100 깨졌습니다. 이제부터 좀 들어오지 않을까 싶은데.
It's a super regional we have exposure to, and if I think about the print, and Steph makes a great point, not all these names are treated the same. If I look at PNC's report, their average loans rose 12%, in the quarter. Net interest margin growth was solid. We also own Bank of America, which had a solid quarter as well. Goldman Sachs had a mixed quarter. They're still trying to figure out this Marcus and the retail business. But I think, when we're thinking about financials in general, we're late stage of the expansion. So generally speaking, I mean, these aren't names that we're running towards. So I think we have to really be careful about what you own here.
Well, next in our calls of the day, bullish commentary on 2 big consumer-related stocks, how the committee is positioned.
4,100, 4,100. 여기서 장대 음봉만 안 떨어지면 되는데 지금 버텨주는 듯한 느낌. 지금 뭐 컷 수입이 들어오고 그러네요. 그러니까 얘네들도 지금 바닥을 보는 것 같아요. 어떤 컬 수입이야? 엔비디아 6월 내년 거 올해 거 다 들어오네. 어. 깨졌어. 깨졌어.
Stern.
Welcome back to Halftime Report. I'm Christina Partsinevelos, and here's our CNBC News update at this hour. The United States Office of Management and Budget said President Biden will veto House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's proposal to increase the debt limit if it reaches his desk. The plan, called the Limit Save Grow Act of 2023, would return total discretionary spending to the fiscal year 2022 level and get rid of Biden's student debt cancellation program. The OMB said House Republicans must, quote, address the debt limit without demands and conditions. Jury selection set to begin in writer E. Jean Carroll's civil lawsuit accusing Donald Trump of rape. Carroll said the former president attacked her in a New York City department store nearly 3 decades ago. Trump denied the allegations, calling them, quote, a con job. This trial comes weeks after Trump pleaded not guilty in a separate case involving hush money payments made during his 2016 presidential campaign. Ed Sheeran also in court today ahead of opening statements in the copyright trial over Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On. The heirs of Ed Townsend, Gaye's co-writer, sued Sheeran on claims that his hit 2014 song Thinking Out Loud has striking similarities to Gaye's 1973 classic. The trial is expected to last up to 2 weeks. Court, back to you.
Thank you very much, Christina Partsinevelos. Well, 2 big analyst calls out today. Baird reiterating Nike has outperformed, and Deutsche Bank reiterates PayPal as a buy. Let's start with Nike. Steph, you own this. What's your take on this call? I assume you probably like it. I think you're long Nike.
I liked it. You know, I don't know if there's a real
피부까지 내려왔습니다.
to be buying it here today.
Not China?
Well, I do like it because of China. I do like it because the inventories are still high, but they're coming down. As you know, they were up 60%.
오늘 분위기가 끝까지 모르겠다. 지금 시장이 또 밥 먹고 들어오는 시간이잖아.
And I do like the China piece as well. And I think the DTC is very interesting, right? It's now 27% of total revenues, and that has very big implications for gross margins, operating margins as well. So I like the story. I just don't know if there's a catalyst right now today to be buying it. If it were to pull back a bit more, then I would be interested.
Okay. Josh, what do you think of Nike in general with the backdrop of the consumer and what we're seeing right now as we brace for maybe a recession, maybe not, but hey, we're still spending. So how do you play this?
I mean, it looks like it wants to break out. 130.5, give or take, would be the trigger, and it's right there. I'm looking at a 1-year chart. The stock is above its 200-day. It seems like it wants to go. I would give it a little bit
아직
more
9시
time.
30분밖에 안 됐네요.
Willing to miss a few points from a
이렇게
trading perspective.
많이 한 것 같지 뭐를?
I agree with Stephanie. Like it's a great company, it's a great stock. The valuation is not particularly compelling, and I'm not sure that there's anything fundamental, to serve as a catalyst for a big jump in valuation, let's say, or a big jump in fundamentals. So it's not my kind of situation, and I'm not in it currently.
Okay, let's get to the bullish call on PayPal. Jason, you own this one. This one was given a reiteration at Deutsche Bank again as a buy here with a price target of $100.
Yeah, so PayPal's interesting. I mean, the multiples come in dramatically. It's, down. It's trading at 15 times forward. I mean, through the pandemic, it was way above that, as an example. But Elliot's been in there for some time, and I think that's value. I think they're really starting to work through, optimizing the existing consumer base, which I think is going to be accretive to the stock going forward. I think total payment volumes there's an expectation of some growth there, and I think there's also this idea of, through the pandemic, coming out of the pandemic, we have shifted our spending to services, and I think there's some e-commerce growth coming back online, and I think PayPal will benefit from that.
What about the risk that it's potentially losing market share? That's something that Deutsche Bank pointed to.
Yeah, no, I think that is concerning because there's more players in the space now, but I do think Elliott will help with that. They'll help them restructure their business to really continue to benefit from the e-commerce acceleration.
This was a stock that traded at 75 times forward estimates, right? A couple of years ago. It's now trading at 15 times.
Yes.
That's just
지금
amazing.
추세가 이게 하락으로 계속 내려가는 추세.
We were thinking about it as a high beta stock.
Yeah.
Back through the pandemic.
올라오더라도 맞고 떨어질 거예요 또.
So I think there's opportunity here.
Interesting stuff. Well, coming up.
Unfortunately, I think. Sorry.
No, go.
Unfortunately, you could sum up why this stock trades at 15 times versus 70 times in 2 words: Apple Pay.
쭈리님 다른 채팅창 보잖아. 다른 20개 유튜브는 라이브 그건 라이브를 20개가 하는 게 아니구나.
I don't see how these guys win.
And that goes back to Deutsche Bank's losing share.
대책이 없네. 대책이라기보다도
Missing street expectations are Frank Holland speaking exclusively.
전략이 없네 전략이.
The headlines end the trade. That's coming up next on halftime. We'll be right back.
전략은 또 그냥 아이언 컨돌 만드는 것밖에 없겠네. 스파이 하나, 아이언 컨돌 하나랑 QQQ 아이언 컨돌 2개를 플러스 마이너스로 잡으면은 잃지 않아요. 작지만 수익이 계속 나요. 오히려 실적 발표하고 구글은 떨어지고 애플은 마이크로소프트는 올라가고 그러는 거 아닐까 모르겠다. 너무 선반영 시켜놔가지고. 이제는 안 속아. 바닥치고 올라오는 게 아니라 바닥치고 추세선 맞고 떨어질 거를 기대해야 될 것 같아요. 아직 200일 아니 150주기 SMA랑 아직 만나려면 멀었어. 오늘 장 마감쯤 돼야지 만나지 않을까 싶네. 근데 이렇게 많이 이러면 안 되는데. 어허. 너 속이는 거지.
Welcome back to the Halftime Report. We're following another earnings mover. UPS is on pace for its worst day since 2015 following its first quarter results. And our Frank Holland just spoke exclusively with CEO Carol Tomé. He joins us live from UPS headquarters.
오케이, 여기서 이제 맞고 떨어지느냐 그걸 지켜보셔야 될 것 같습니다. 지금 심리전인 것 같거든요. 그래서 마이크로소프트는 오히려 올라갈 것 같고 구글은 내려갈 것 같아. 그런 느낌이 있어요.
We saw retail sales in the United States take a marked decline in the month of March, and we saw that in our business as well. There's a real change in consumer shopping.
오케이, 이제 여기서 어떻게 될 것인가?
Goods to service, spending more of their wallet on
지금
things like food.
지금 CNBC에서 나오는 패널들의 목소리를 들어봐도 다 죽어가죠. 예, 그런 날은 마켓이 이렇게 좋을 가능성이 적어요. 그렇죠. 이게 맞고 떨어졌고.
The union is seeking pay increases and other concessions. That contract expires at the end of July. Tomei said she's confident there will be at least a handshake deal in place by then, but did say the negotiations were having
테슬라가 또 떨어지나요?
and new customer acquisitions.
다른 어카운트 볼 시간이 없어. 그래도 테슬라는 뭐 오늘 최고네. 오늘 파란불이 초록색이네요. 테슬라는.
We saw a decline, as you mentioned, in our average daily volume in the first quarter.
All right, Tomei also said UPS is beginning its use of artificial intelligence. It's always used AI for mapping technology, so not talking about that, but now on pricing models to adjust to supply and demand. It's something that Tomei calls both exciting and scary. Courtney, back over to you.
Frank, what's going on with UPS's Amazon business? What's the latest from the quarter?
이게 오늘 어떤 의미의 라인인가?
That percentage of business, not only when it comes to UPS, but all customers. They're really focusing on their small and medium-sized business.
일봉으로 봤을 때 최근 저점을 깼네요.
Reached 30% this quarter, so it's the highest it's ever been. That business, of course, higher margin.
행보 라인도 터치하고.
Businesses grows, the more that the UPS profit line grows.
S&P 4,100 지키죠.
Let's trade this, Jason. You don't own UPS, but you own FedEx, and I found Ms. Tomei's comments particularly interesting about the consumer. I mean, she sounded a little bit more worried than some of the other CEOs that we've heard from that seem a little bit more.
이게 이제 어떤 식으로 풀어 나가야 될지 모르겠네.
For sure. I mean, that's exactly what she said. I think for me, as it relates to FedEx, I think FedEx is a turnaround story this year. You know, it was a very difficult this year. Last year, they're up 30% year to date. And you can see they're trading in sympathy now. I think UPS is down around 9%. You know, FedEx is down around close to 3%. But, you know, new management.
지금 이런 식으로 하락이 나온다 그러면은 피보나치 38%까지도 떨어져 줘야지 그냥 딱 끝나는 건데 50일 평균선까지. 그냥 지금은 내가 봤을 때 오버밸류 돼 있어요. 지금 테크가 오버밸류 돼 있어가지고 일단은 뺄 것 같아. 그리고 올라봐야 얼마나 오르겠어.
She's great. You know her well. Yes. But it's surprising that she's just figuring out we're going from goods to services. We've been talking about this for over a year. In fact, fact, Target, a year and a half ago, started talking about this.
That's
right? You know what happened to Target.
Oh, yes.
And I do, unfortunately, because I owned it. But my point being is, like, J.B. Hunt said this last week, that freight volumes are freight is in a recession. And they talk negatively about it. Okay, fine. But thanks for the information. But I feel like this CEO at UPS, she should have known, and the management team should have been more aware. I mean, a 6.2% drop in ADV, average daily volumes, that's a big number. That's a big surprise.
It is. It is. Yeah, those are good points. Well, up next, Mike Santoli is going to join us with his mid.
동심 파괴는 저의 전공이죠. 초현실주의자. 초현실이 가지고 surreal이 아니라 extreme extreme pragmatism. realistic, extreme realistic. 지금 여기까지 내려오고 또 한 단계 여기까지 내려올 가능성이 점점 커지고 있어요. CNBC 뉴스도 안 들리고 오늘 정신이 디스트랙 돼가지고 아무도 말씀 안 하시고 여러분의 목소리가 그립습니다. 너의 목소리가 아니 오늘 테슬라도 올라왔는데 조미님은 또 들어 누웠나? 그래도 그래 그나마 오늘 올라오는 애가 테슬라인데 0.09%나 테슬라 움직일 때마다 어제 움직임이 파멸적 상승? 그건 뭐야? 복숭아 제발 쏙수라 아깝네 안 하던 돈 스키어 매수해서 오른쪽 익절에서 한쪽 표시는 내가 표시는 치우게 저는 지금 피보나치 한 50%까지 한번 쫙 빠져줬으면 좋겠어요. 그래야지 흐름이 금리는 지금 좀 많이 빠지는 그런 분위기고 금리 때문에 TMF는 못 팔겠어. 일단은 홀드하고 있어야 될 것 같고
size range or with a regional deposit base is going to be in that where we want to build cash build up, we want to do less in terms of extending credit to the economy. So hard to say what it's going to mean for First Republic stock. I mean, the way the stock trades is as just a weird sliver of equity below this big balance sheet that maybe is going to be able to get worked out. So I don't think
밥 먹을 기회를 안 주네.
it's kind of like, you know, what's going to be left over once
이게 30분 차트로 보면 계속 내려가요. 이게 지금도 모르겠다. 지금도 모르겠다.
So we'll see if we go below that. But it's very clear
Small cap underperformance, that's been a theme. It's actually more pronounced today. If you look at things like utilities versus transports, UPS weighing on the transports, I think it's one of those days where just the same set of issues is in front of us, but now we're more focused on the risk to growth because of UPS, because of consumer confidence and the bank stuff. But I've been saying it's still a routine pullback until we kind of break below the earlier April lows in the S&P. We're not even there yet.
We got a big day still ahead of earnings, hearing from some of these tech giants after the bell. Thank you very much, Mike. Well, Grade My Trade is up next. Go ahead and send an email to askhalftime@cnbc.com or tweet us.
오케이, 이게 페이크인지 진짜인지 봅시다. 지금 지난 것들을 보면은 저점 치고 더 올라가는 듯 하다가 꼬꾸라진 기억이 있고, 얘는 아예 올라가지도 못하고 뻗었고, 얘는 가고 오르고 지금 터치. 여기서 눌리면 끝. 만약에 오늘의 이 흐름 시작이 여기서부터였다고 보면, 근데 여기가 되게 지저분해요. 그래서 여기서부터 온 것 같지는 않고, 그리고 여기는 저점이 고점보다 높아졌잖아요. 그렇죠? 저점, 고점, 저점. 이걸로 봐야 될 것 같아. 저는 아직 3파 중인 것 같아요. 저는 아직도 긴 3파의 흐름의 중에 있는 것 같아요. 목소리를 불러야죠. 댓글을 보실 시간이 없으신 것 같아, 오늘. 강준님. 욕망치가 맞아. 기대하지 마. 꿈을 버려. 다. 상승의 꿈은 다 버려. 오늘. 택도 없는 소리야.
Freelancer.
It's time for Grade My Trade. First for Jason. Jose bought 1,000 shares of CVS at $73.11 last week prior to earnings. He wants to know, should this one be a long-term hold?
So I think so. This trade has been a very frustrating trade all year. It's down 21% year to date. The stock trades at 8 times earning. I think there's upside potential in the integration of Oak Street and Signify, so I would use this as a long-term hold.
And for Stephanie, JT bought Wynn Resorts at $103.
전 괜찮아요. 전 괜찮아요.
I do long term. It's a very volatile stock.
저는 이제 스캘핑 안 하고 옵션만 할 거예요. 이런 시즌에서는. 제가 그 기발한 옵션을 발견해냈잖아요. 올려놨으니까 좀 보고 공부하세요. 감탄 좀 하시고. 아하, 또 이 흐름 아주 유혹적인데. 약간 임프루빙이 있는 것 같은데 흐름이 여기서 약간 임프루빙이 있는 것 같아. 이제부터 시작이야. 지금부터 시작이 되는 것 같아. 후반전. 얼마까지 올라올지는 모르지만. 왜 이렇게 목소리가 내가 상큼해졌지? 약 먹었나? 정신을 잃었나? 정신줄을 놓을 이유가 없는데. FRC는 저는 털어냈어요.
아저님.
네.
막간을 이용해서 설명을 좀 제가 좀 이해해 보려고 했는데 하나는 아이언 콘도를 갖다가 팔고 하나는 아이언 콘도를 산 거죠.
네. 그러니까 일단 설명드릴게요. 잠깐만요. 제가 그걸 켜야 되거든요. 예.
Which you were going to be covering very closely. So I like it at 15 times.
All right, we got some nice final trades here, and the Dow sitting in the red here still, as we've been sort of trading water those last couple of days, getting ready to hear from some really big players after the bell today. The Dow Jones Industrials off by 0.5%, S&P 500 down by 1%, and we are at the session lows for the major sessions. Yield on the 10-year is sitting below 3.5 at 3.4, and that pretty much does it for halftime, as utilities are the leading sector here today. Consumer staples pretty defensive, and energy is the biggest laggard. That does it for halftime. Thanks for joining us. The exchange begins right now.
Courtney, thank you very much, and hi everybody. I'm Kelly Evans, and ahead this hour on the exchange, it's a red day for regionals, led by First Republic, of course. They hemorrhaged deposits in the first quarter. Our guests say it's now a battle for survival. Will we see the same from PacWest when they report in a few hours, or is this just a First Republic problem? We will get the latest and their opinions on that. Plus, Google or Microsoft, both are about
12,920, 12,920 타겟.
slowing cloud businesses. And one luxury fitness company just crushed earnings. High membership fees are one reason why. But what about a looming consumer downturn? What about weight loss drugs? Could they kill its mojo? We'll explore all of that. But first, let's get to Dom Chu with these markets and bigger declines than are normal lately.
Yeah, and they have been, and it's been a down day.
이렇게 후반전 점심 먹고 나도 점심 좀 먹자. 배고파.
S&P opened lower to start, and the highs of the session, we were still down about 11 points, down roughly 42 at the low. So again, near session lows right now. The S&P now below the 4,100 mark, off by about almost 1 full percent. The Dow Industrials outperforming, if you want to call it that, down 0.5%, or 183 points, 33,692. The Nasdaq Composite, the underperformer,
이제 여기선 떨구지 않겠지?
points to the downside, 11,891 the last trade there. It's not all red though.
take a look at these stocks. There's at least two things they have in common. Check out PepsiCo is up 2%, Mondelez is up 1%, Hershey, General Mills, Lamb Weston, all up between 0.5% to 1% overall. The first thing they have in common is they're all consumer staples. The second thing, yes, they're all green, but they also, and I haven't done this in a while, they all get gold stars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because every one of these stocks, consumer staple in the green, hit a record high in trading so far today. That's one of the reasons why some traders are looking at some of these movements and saying maybe there is this more defensive tilt towards the market overall. Check out those consumer staples. And then, of course, the stock of the day, as Kelly mentioned, is First Republic, the worst performing stock in the S&P 500. It's not often that you do see a stock in the S&P drop by about 34%, but that's kind of what we're seeing right now. It's a $10.54 stock. It was an earnings catalyst to start. Deposits, not the way they thought they were going to be. They fell by worse than analysts thought overall. First Republic looking at some of these headlines and maybe some investors still questioning about what the moves are going to be. But Kelly, you made a good point. PacWest is one of those other embattled Western U.S. lenders that's reporting after the bell today. Western Alliance was generally positive after its report. First Republic is decidedly negative. PacWest may be the tiebreaker, if you will, if you want to call it that West Coast regional tilt. We'll see what PacWest does after the bell today. Cal, back over to you.
It could tell us a lot about which way the wind's blowing. Tom, thank you very much. And that's where we pick up with this battle for survival at First Republic. Loan balances fell by nearly $100 billion last quarter, excluding the lifeline from JPM, a 41% drop, which they said stabilized this month.
오케이, 잘 간다.
Let's get to two banking experts and ask how they see this all shaking out. Joining me now is Jared Shaw, regional bank analyst at Wells Fargo, and Ben McAvack, who is co-founder of Strategic Bank Value Partners. Welcome to both of you. Jared, just real quickly with you.
12,920, 12,920.
Yeah, we were expecting significant deposit outflow. This is worse than expected. I think it just shows the nature of the First Republic model, where they had very high average deposit sizes, and that's where we really saw the pressure in March, was at the banks that had very concentrated deposits, and that's where we saw the outflow. So yeah, definitely more than we expected. We were expecting a high number. This was even higher, but I think again just shows the nature of the deposit base that was at the bank.
Ben, what are the options now? I mean, the company basically has to rapidly shrink its balance sheet. Reportedly,
$100
billion in asset sales. It says
여기서 이제 어떻게 되는지 잘 지켜봐야 합니다.
Franchise is in the middle of some turmoil. What do you think the next couple of days will now bring? I mean, it's odd how we've gone from exuberance yesterday into the print to now questioning again existentially whether they can make it. And again, their share price decline has gotten worse throughout the session today.
Sure. So I think they have four paths out of this. One, they can pray for a Fed pivot. I don't think that's going to happen soon enough. Two, they can strategically and surgically shrink the balance sheet. And so if you look at where their deposits are, they have a loan-to-deposit ratio of, I think, 165%. That's unheard of. So they need to shrink the bank, and they need to shrink it quickly. Probably 70 to 80 billion have to sell. Number three, an equity infusion. So they could recapitalize the balance sheet. That would be dilutive to common shareholders, but that would be an option as a way to survive. And then number four, which I think is probably the most probable outcome, they need to find a partner to merge with and partner up with a healthier bank.
Ben, you had been looking at regional banks, buying up some of them in the turmoil. And I just want to point out this kind of micro cap, but it's a regional bank around here, Blue Foundry, is doing a share repurchase today, and its shares are up 6.5%. So where do you see opportunity in as chaotic and difficult a landscape as this is right now?
It's been a very challenging start to the year. If you
지금 은행 얘기하고 있구나. 나는 지금 귀에 꼽고 듣고 있는데
and so I don't know that there's a lot of opportunity.
귀에 안 들어와 지금 뉴스가.
We've been investing in are what I call they're maybe too big to fail. That's part of the problem, is we don't know if they're too big to fail or not. And those are down to anywhere from 20 to 30 to 40%. I'd put Regions, Zion, KeyBank, Third, U.S. Bank, Citizens in that bucket, where they're down 30% on the year. They're now trading at 6.5 times earnings, paying dividend yields of almost 6%. And that's not normal.
이제는 12,940까지 가보자.
Average they traded what's called 12% earning, or sorry, 12 times earnings.
Right.
So the market is basically saying those earnings estimates are 40% plus too high, and our view is that's overly bearish, and so we see opportunities in that next rung down in the big regional banks.
Although, Jared, I wonder at this point, no matter what happens in the near term, if we're talking about a situation where those banks are less profitable in the longer run, I mean, maybe there's more regulation. Again, they already face quite a bit of it. It's more the lower cap banks that would be hit by this. But do you agree with what Ben said about this tier being a place to focus for actually some opportunities if people want to dip their toes in?
Yeah, I mean, my coverage is a little bit below the level of those banks in terms of asset size. But yeah, what we've definitely seen through earnings is that there was not a broad-based contagion, as some people I think feared maybe in mid-March. So Southeast, when you look at banks in strong geographies that are still the trusted financial advisor of their commercial middle market customers, we still think there's a lot of opportunity there. In terms of expenses, yeah, there's likely to be higher expenses, certainly from FDIC premium surcharges. And then on capital, we're likely to see some change in the way these
안 좋아.
allocate capital, which will put incremental pressure on profitability. But to the point of where they're trading on a PE basis, we think there's still some really good opportunities out there in the cap banks.
You know, and Ben, for people who are just so bearish, they say, I don't want anything, I don't want to have anything to do with this. You make an interesting point about 2008 and how the preferreds did back then. I mean, what would you say there about whether it's the bigs, the maybe too big to fail, some of the smaller players, and that being an interesting place for people to sniff around?
I think there's two opportunities. If you want to buy the common equity, I think these bigger regional banks are the way to do it. If you want to go further out on the risk spectrum and get involved in some of these banks that are more in the eye of the storm, so the PacWest, the Western Alliance, the preferred stocks are probably the way to do it. I think there's two ways to win. One, the bank manages through the storm and navigates through it. Or two, like I mentioned with First Republic, they partner up with a bigger bank and become part of a bigger, better bank. And when that happened in 2008, the preferred stock that was outstanding was converted to an obligation of the acquiring bank. And so Merrill Lynch, for example, became a B of A preferred stock. National City Bank here in Cleveland became a preferred stock of PNC Bank. And I think that could be a blueprint for an attractive opportunity for someone who wants to get into the banks that are in the eye of the storm.
Yeah, if they want to do that. I'm queasy just talking about it. Thank you both very much for your time today. Really appreciate it. Ben Makovac and Jared Shaw. Despite those issues at First Republic, my next guest says the predictions of a banking Armageddon after SVB haven't come to fruition, and it means calls for rate cuts from the Federal Reserve, well, they're still premature. Joining me now is David Zervos. He's the Chief Market Strategist at Jefferies. He's here on set along with CNBC Senior Economics Reporter Steve Leisman. Welcome to both of you. Do you want to just key off of what the bank's analysts were just saying? I saw you both kind of chuckling at the maybe too big to fail comment. And Steve, I just wonder if we're gonna have to test that once again here if things look, things are looking worse in the months to come. This kind of regulatory gray area, and our policymakers just going to have that. Okay, well, worst comes to worst, well, we will step up here.
So, as our colleague David Fabers reported, there is a plan going back and forth about the other banks stepping in. I'm not sure how much they're loving that plan of them stepping in. I'm not hearing they love it a whole lot. I'm pretty sure there's not a whole lot of appetite on the part of officials now to step in and provide a bucket of money with which to wash down or wash off the sins of First Republic, such as they may be. I'm not hearing that that's something that they're willing to do. They're monitoring the situation as far as I know, but I think they've spoken their piece when it comes to creating this bank term funding program, providing access at the window. And honestly, you can't, if you're a policymaker, sit there and make policy for another black swan event. It's like, well, something bad may happen, so I'm not going to do X, Y, and Z. I kind of disagree with it with David about how dire the situation could be.
Really?
But I'll let him have his piece, obviously. But I understand the idea that you can't sit there and say, well, a bank may fail down the road, so therefore I'm not going to hike now.
David, explain a little bit. I mean, if regulators came to you, would you say, listen, don't be too quick to jump into this because it is contained and it's not Armageddon and, and everything's fine? I don't know. The last week, even the deposit data, it looked like things were moving around again.
I think
왜 지금 테슬라 안 좋아요? 왜 조민님 왜 누워요?
settled. First Republic's been an issue now since the beginning. Its stock has been, down at 12 to 16 bucks and bouncing around there after losing 80%. I think there's two big questions. One is, are there specific financial instability events that the Federal Reserve needs to react to? And I think Steve answered that question beautifully. The answer is no. They've set up the programs. They're done. They've solved those. And if there needs to be more, there will be more if they become systemic. So it's not going to get in the way of monetary policy doing what it's supposed to do, which is anchor long-run inflation expectations and manage the dual mandate. We've seen that. That's done. Then the question is, what are these banks worth? What is the whole banking system worth in a world where your deposits can disappear and you can lose $100 billion in the snap of a finger, or what happened at SIVB?
오, 8.9. 털어내기 잘했다.
And to your point about the value
200불 붙였네.
I mean, we're talking about the banks largely trading where they were when Trump was elected in 2016.
Yes.
This has been that was 7 years ago already. And so you have to wonder if that's already reflected in some of the valuations, even though plenty would say
Kelly, that's my problem. If you guys would pull up the KBW, the banking index, banking equity values are down, and they're not back to where they were before. And banking equity values matter for banking safety and soundness in a way that it doesn't matter for normal companies, right? It's part of how they might be able to raise money. So to the extent that that is down and remains down, it still suggests to me there are problems in the banking system. And not to mention the joke I just made about moving money, I think that's
이거 던져야지.
Is it a bad business? Is it just a tough business
It's
to
a
be in right
business
now?
that's changing, and perhaps there is some systemic risk that comes to those changes. I'm sorry.
But I actually think
지금 이렇게 빠진 거는 회복돼도 40%가 빠졌는데 회복돼도 답이 안 나오는데.
The ECB used them to deal with the Italian government bond market. The UK dealt with the long end of the gilt market. We dealt
그냥
with
재밌는 게임을 만들었구만.
mortgage hedging problems. We don't have that problem. We can set up financial funding facilities on anything we like, munis, corporates, commercial real estate. That is not going to get in the way of the monetary policy debate. Is the Fed going to hike rates on May 3rd? I think absolutely. They are still fighting inflation demons. Are they going to let financial stability get in the way of that? No. But are there fundamental changes going on in the banking industry? Could it be that we are going to see a significant transfer of wealth from shareholders to depositors? Because depositors now have the ability to go to Apple and get 4.25%,
right,
and have a Goldman Sachs bank account behind it, or go to a money market fund. These are big seismic changes that I don't really think we've all processed
Just real quick on that. So we spoke with Mike Darda yesterday, and we're all treating this as if there's monetary policy and then there's the banking crisis, but aren't they one and the same? This kind of the dramatic change in interest rates that has been undergone here, the Fed not pausing to assess conditions, the fact that they're sucking deposits out of the system. I mean, the bank crisis seems symptomatic of a policy that was too much.
I wouldn't say one and the same. I would say that the rate hikes caused some turmoil. We had people that really didn't understand how to hedge residential mortgages. The investment committee at SIVB and maybe some others at First Republic and others. We'll see how it all plays out. And we have ones that did understand it. The numbers that came out of Citibank and Bank of America were off the charts, particularly in the fixed income businesses. Clearly, they knew how to hedge fixed income when the rates were going up, and the Fed was telling you to get out of the way. So that's not a systemic story. The Fed is on a mission to deal with one thing and one thing only: 2 back-to-back 7% inflation years, and the need to maintain an anchoring of long-run inflation credibility at 2%. And financial instability risks could have macro implications. Sure, small, and I think right now they look pretty small, and they probably are pretty small, but that's not the job at hand. The job at hand is that. That's what they're going to be talking about on May 3rd, and this stuff is going to be dealt with,
I think, largely speaking, with balance sheets and funding facilities like we've seen globally so far when any financial stability issue
I
comes
assume
up.
we're almost out of time here, but I do want to say we've only talked about half the problem. Because half of the problem are the banks and whatever.
아주 이 효과가 크네요 지금. FRC 효과가 커.
Bianco's idea about a bank walk, not a bank run. The other, maybe more important part of this thing that they're going to be discussing next week is the macro fallout from tightening credit conditions. And of course, I brought a chart for that. And if you look at what's happened on the year-over-year change in
야, 또 이제 그 얘기 나오겠다. 나스닥 7,000선 나오겠다. 오늘.
But it's never been seen before. Wow. This kind of year-over-year decline in deposits. Now, a piece of that's going to be, see that it's turned negative there on the orange line there. Now, notice there's only a twinge of an impact on the loan side.
나스닥 7,000선 나오겠어.
So the fear, of course, the more important economic fallout, which
그냥 오늘 CNBC에서 완전히 기획을 했네.
that's part of tightening conditions, but that is sort of another, I don't want to call it a black swan type event where we don't know what the fallout is. The concern you have, but I'm just being careful about this, is that it's not a linear relationship between the decline in deposits and the impact on the economy. Is that it goes non-linear, which is sort of what happened in the great financial crisis. Again, I'm not saying that's going to be repeated. It's something that bears watching. And to the extent there's a reason for the Fed to say raise a quarter and hang out there,
not raise it all,
or not raise it all,
이거 바빠요, 바빠.
and hang out there for a bit to see how this dynamic plays out. That would be the reason.
As we're talking, by the way, First Republic was down 44%. First
달라,
Republic
달라.
was down 44% just now before now being
아,
paused.
배고파. 밥도 못 먹고 스트레칭을 하고 있으니.
So it's trading under $9 a share now. And again, as soon as that earnings release happened, Dave, and the bank gave that short statement and didn't really have any further comment. I mean, now to everybody's point, the question becomes, okay, does somebody else step in here? And Steve, to your point, is that somebody going to have to be, you know, a private sector, another bank, because this is not going to be a policymaker response?
Or we have
입절.
4,270 banks in the United States,
자동
all
입절.
commercial depository taking
One of those banks should have
여기까지.
It's just not. I mean, we see this happen. We've come down from 14,800
지금 숏 입절.
40 years ago.
여기까지 됐습니다. 뭐 좀 먹어야지. 당 떨어져서 안 되겠어요. 잠깐만 있다 올게요.
The only question here, I think you both acknowledge, is does renewed trouble at First Republic bleed into trouble at any other institution? If not, because we have these backstops now and everyone's moved their cash around and kind of that initial round has stopped, then no one has to care, broadly speaking. If for some reason we start getting on social media or hearing people talk about, hey, I just better make sure that my bank is safe. So if First Republic...
I want to tee David up to answer this question because before we came on air, David and I were talking about deposit betas, okay? How secure is your deposit base in this world where you can go to a money market and get a government-insured, not government-insured, but a government money market. It's not insured by the government, but it's really tight in terms of what it invests in. Earn 4.5, 4.60, whatever it is right now on your money, or go into this Apple thing. And so the question is not limited to First Republic. It's about the business model of these banks that rely upon what they thought were sticky deposits and end up being sort of having lousy glue.
I think the macro story is we are in the process of taking money from shareholders in banks and delivering it to consumers with higher deposit rates. And I think they're going to be able to get that. Apple is facilitating that. And this whole structure of what we've learned about bad investments is getting people to think about, why am I leaving my money there? And I'm not sure, Kelly, that actually may be stimulative. Shareholders don't spend as much as consumers in a marginal propensity to consume sense. You have high savers generally and wealthy people, and here you have Joe Sixpack. Right. Joe Sixpack's probably going to spend that money. So I think there's a lot of macro to think about here. Of course, systemic issues are important, and if it happens quick, okay, we're gonna have to deal with that. But if it happens slowly and it's a bleed and just the banking business model, commercial banking depository business model gets less exciting, a la Elizabeth Warren saying, let's make commercial banking boring again.
Right.
I think that was her statement on the day of the SIVB collapse. there's a story, a Glass-Steagall-esque type story here that sort of says maybe we're not supposed to have so much of this stuff in our risky commercial banks.
More than that is we've moved into I want to say a Six Sigma world when it comes to daily access to my money. I do not want to think about where my money is. I want my money. I want to move it where I want it to go. I know the technology exists to do that. This nonsense about a 3-day hold on my check, about this other stuff, it is not on in the world we live in today. So we're going to have to figure out a way to provide safe, immediate Six Sigma access to your bank account.
Have you ever heard about crypto? Because Bitcoin could really...
Bitcoin fixes this.
You're leaving out the safe and stable part.
Yes.
Other than that, it's perfect.
Maybe stable coins.
Yes. Gentlemen, we'll leave it there. Great to have you at a moment where First Republic shares again are under pressure. And, to the point Steve was making and others, we don't really know exactly where this chapter ends. David Zervos, Steve Leisman, we really appreciate it today. Coming up, we'll talk about shares of Lifetime surging 9% after they beat earnings and raised guidance. There's more to this story than meets the eye, though. We've got the consumer read-through on it ahead with the Dow down 278. Plus, Google's cheap, Microsoft's coming for their core search business, and both report after the bell. We'll get the traders' take. And here are your markets near session lows right now as First Republic shares have weakened again once they reopened, trading to the downside below $9 a share. The Dow's down 276. The S&P's below 4,100, down 1.2%. The Nasdaq down almost 1.5%. The Russell small caps with big financials exposure down 2%, and the 10-year yield is back below 340. We're back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
the exchange, it's not all gloom and doom. Shares of Lifetime Group are up 9% right now. They're a high-end fitness club operator. They just beat on the top and bottom line, raised their full-year guidance, a rare feat this earnings season. We're up nearly 60% so far this year as well, just pretty impressive. And a recent note by Wells Fargo, though, is warning of a major looming pressure potentially. The restart of student loan payments that could hit just as the labor market softens. That could prompt people to cut discretionary spending on, say, gym memberships. So are investors too pumped up about this stock? Let's ask Simeon Siegel. He's senior analyst at BMO Capital Markets. It's good to see you, Simeon. And banking crisis on the one hand and Lifetime doing amazingly on the other.
By the way, I was listening to the last segment, and I'm just thinking how much of like a comedic relief I'm going to serve here. That was intense.
I know.
So, listen, great to see you, Kelly. I think that we are seeing some nice traction in gyms, whether it's Lifetime on one end or Planet Fitness on the other. I think that there are certain things people are spending on, and I mean, this feels like the recession that we've all been waiting so long to finally hit. Of like, people have never been so excited for a recession, but we are seeing, despite all these headlines, we're seeing people spend. And I think what was interesting, membership and the amount and the price per membership were both up double digits.
Well, and it's kind of what Dave Zervos was saying, that, on the big picture, giving people 4% on their money all of a sudden is the kind of windfall we haven't had in a long time.
Yeah, maybe even ever for a lot of people. But the question is, are they seeing that, right? Or is this an outlet? And this is something that after being cooped up, I mean, it's been a long time. You and I had many a during and post-pandemic conversation. Perhaps the gym is some form of a necessity for people, right? Perhaps it's less discretionary and it's more staples. And obviously that's depending on what the spectrum is.
빵을 좀 만들어 왔어요.
A little bit absurd. But I think we are seeing people spend on things they want. We're seeing people spend on things they need. And perhaps this is some blend.
저도 먹고 싶어요. 아까 요 후루룩 떨어질 때 다 따라잡았네요. 왜 떨어졌는지 모르겠는데 아마 그것 때문에 떨어졌겠죠? 뱅크 때문에 떨어졌겠죠? 그러면 이제는 올라가는 거 한번 잡아줘봐야지.
So now it's a really interesting question because on the one hand we're looking at the price level, on the other hand we have to think about the demographic.
거기까지 회복을 할 수 있을지 모르겠지만.
Buying luxury handbags is probably a similar conversation, right? They're more expensive than aspirational, but is that demographic as targeted? So I think that is worth thinking about who the Lifetime demographic is. It's much smaller business. Right, the numbers you just put up, contrast that to Planet Fitness, where you and I talk about 16, 17 million subscribers.
목드님은 뭐 하셨는데 갑자기 잔고가 올라가요? 뭐를 우연히 사셨나요? 미리 걸어놓은 거 아니야 옛날에? 옛날에 걸어놨는데 사져가지고. 야, 우리 쭈니님의 저 심장은 어떻게 해석을 해야 되나? 대단해. 진짜 브레이브 하트다. 이 떨어지는 칼날을 잡는다는 자체가. 이제부터 막판까지 한번 쭉 올라가 보자. 많이는 아니더라도 조금 올라가 보자. 많이 안 바래. 조금.
Meanwhile, the Dow's down 288 points. Coming up, a regional bank, a retailer, and a restaurant all on deck with results. We have those details in earnings exchange in a moment. Here's another look in the meantime of shares of First Republic, which paused again for volatility. They're down 40%, but back over $9 a share, which they briefly dipped below in the last 15 minutes or so. Again, a 40% drop today after last night's earnings debacle. The exchange is back after this.
주식은 항상 억울하죠. 저는 입 닫고 있어요. Yes. FRT 쇼트 퀴즈 나는구나 이제. 또.
Down day for the Dow, but that doesn't mean it isn't time for your CNBC News update at this hour. I'm Tyler Matheson. The World Health Organization says there is a high risk of biological hazard in Sudan after combatants seized a laboratory, according to Reuters. This comes as the Sudanese army and the rival paramilitary force agreed to a 3-day ceasefire. It's a shaky one. The WHO said on Friday that more than 400 people have been killed since the conflict began. After seeing huge success with 2021's Squid Games, Netflix says it will invest $2.5 billion in South Korean film and TV production over the next 4 years, double the amount it has spent in Korea since 2016. Netflix's co-CEO Ted Sarandos made the commitment during a meeting with the South Korean president in Washington. Sarandos said Netflix is confident that the Korean creative industry
아, 또 그렇게 큰 그림을 그리고 있단 말이에요.
The 2024 election is likely to feature massive turnover in local election officials. A survey from the Brennan Center for Justice reveals that approximately 1 in 5 of all election
오늘 넷플릭스 주가 좀 오르나요 혹시?
a presidential election before. Experts warned that losing expertise and election workers may hurt the management of future elections.
그래도
Back to you, see in a half hour.
펩시 난 진짜 좋아.
Microsoft and Alphabet both negative over the past 12 months. Which will matter more to the stocks, AI or the cloud? We've got details with their earnings looming right after this.
아, 요것이 무엇일까? 여기서 우리가 얻을 수 있는 게 무엇일까? 얘도 스퀴즈가 날 것 같은데 이제. 셋이 누구죠? 나는 빠졌는데, 난 버렸는데. 연준이 요번에 금리 인상을 얘 때문에 안 한다 그럴 수도 수도 있겠네요. 어쩌면 그렇죠? 만약에 내가 이 전략 공유를 못하면은 이따가 우리 따로 만들든지 해서 설명을 해드릴게요. 지금은 장중에 조금 시간이 약간 타이트한 것 같아요. 저는 이거 지금 끝 팝니다. 뭐야 이렇게 어떻게 안 팔려? 또 이거 하나씩 팔아야 되는 거. 크레딧 받고 그 다음에 뭐야 what did I do? Something wrong.
Welcome back to the exchange. For today's Tech Check, it's all about the marquee names reporting after the bell today. Alphabet and Microsoft, of course. I shouldn't frame it like this, but who will come out on top? Eric Sheridan is managing director at Goldman Sachs. He covers Alphabet for us. Morgan Stanley's Keith Weiss is here to preview Microsoft today. And from the investor side, James Chuckmug is here. He's co-founder of Clockwise Capital. On set for all of this, as well as our own Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, welcome to you. Let's start with Alphabet coming off 3 straight quarters of earnings declines. They recently announced drastic cost cuts, including their first major mass layoff since going public. They're also shoveling cash into artificial intelligence. And Eric, you say AI is one of the key things to watch here, but how much is that really going to show up in today's report?
I think there are going to be 3 important components to the report tonight. Number 1 is going to be the strength or cyclicality in the advertising business that comes through in search and YouTube. That's probably going to be the biggest driver of incremental results tonight. Second will be the cost-cutting initiatives that you referenced, how that flows through numbers beyond just the report tonight in Q1, and how it moves deeper into the year and maybe even changes some of the trajectory on costs going out to 2024. And then lastly, I would say the AI initiative. You know, the company has been much more on the front foot in the last 2 to 3 weeks in terms of press coverage of their AI initiatives and putting on display some of what they try to build for the long term. That contrasts with 6, 8, 10 weeks ago when I think the company was a little bit more on the back foot and Microsoft had a little bit more of the offensive on the narrative.
Sure. And you have a buy rating, a 128 price target. Deirdre, a lot of people focus on the valuation, which I think around 23 times, maybe 10 points lower than Microsoft, but maybe the discount's warranted. I don't know.
I was actually kind of surprised to hear Eric say that they're not on the back foot anymore, because I feel like they're even more on the back foot, actually. Remember the New York Times article that said that Samsung was actually considering
이거 좀 껐다 킬게요.
for their search engine? That is a very big deal. And they said that there was panic inside of Google, so I'm not sure.
띵코에서 이미 죽을 뻔했어 지금.
But there is this sense that has really been the narrative this year is that Google has had to play catch up. They continue to do so. They continue to have to protect that moat at all costs. And Senator Pichai is very good at saying that they're going to be responsible. They have to balance the cautiousness with the boldness. Is that going to be
제가 4일 뻔했구나.
They also have to cut costs. It's a bit of a paradox, right? They got to cut costs, but then
2조인가? 2조 3조가 아니고 2조 아니에요? 2조? 2조지. 3조인가? 2조 아닌가? 2조지.
Definitely Microsoft. I think I'm on team Deirdre as it relates to.
근데 어쨌거나 넷플릭스는 그것이 나와야 돼. 오징어 게임이 나오면은 게임 체인저가 되지 않을까 싶어요.
We need to see on the search side as well as kind of resumption of growth on the YouTube side, and I don't think we're going to get that much clarity on the cost side of the picture. It's a lot of generic language to date, and this is not a company that really likes to get granular and quantify the kinds of things.
야, 리스타트 하는데 되게 올라가네. 솔직히 어제 장마감 때 벌써 생각도 못하고 있다가 아재님 매수하시고 쇼핑 한다는 게 아니고 아닐 수도 있다 하셔서 들어갔는데 챗. 같은 숏 인트레스트는 30%니까 상장 폐지만 안 되면은 언젠가는 나는 FRC 가지고 돈을 번 적이 없어. 지난번에도 벌었다가 잃었고 요번에도 날리고 많이 안 들어갔으니까. 그러니까 제 성향을 아시잖아요. 이런 거는 많이 안 하잖아요. 컬을 팔아요. 컬. 평단가 컬. 지금 그 비싸지 않나? 프리미엄? 저는 오늘 아침에 컬을 팔아가지고 커버를 하려다가 얘 분위기가 얘는 아닌 것 같아. 레버리지가 생길 것 같아서 그것도 안 하고 그냥 털어버렸는데 약간 컬 옵션이 얼마나 하나? 컬 옵션이 꽤 비쌀 것 같은데 얘는 임플라이드 발라티리티가 높아가지고 누가 질문했어요? 어제? 몰라 저한테 얘기하는 거예요? 아니면은 FRC 컨퍼런스 콜 얘기하시는 거예요? 이거 맨하탄에 있는 퍼스트 리퍼블릭 뱅크가 이제 간판이 바뀔 수도 있겠다 잘못하면. 아주 프라임 로케이션에 있던데. 그나마 그나마 위안이 되는 거는 테슬라가 162 이상 유지해 주면 위안이 되겠네요. 궁금해서 FRC 컬을 판다. 별로 안 비싸구나. 프리미엄은 높은데 몇 주나 있어요? 주인이 3,000주? 3,000주 얼마에 샀어? 11에 3,000주? 그러면은 그러면 같은 스트라이크 프라이스의 컬옵션을 팔아요. 아니면은 조금 위에 50전이라도 위에. 그래도 다음 주 거 하면은 11.5면은 80전이네. 80전 곱하기 30 하면은 꽤 되잖아. 안 되나? 꽤 되네. 아니, 저희 주식 있으면 돼요. 주식 있으면 될 거예요. 5,500이면은 55개 살 수 있잖아. 55개 11.8, 11불짜리 55개 팔아요. 콜옵션. 그거는 주식이 있으니까 돼. 주식 담보로 하는 거니까. 그러면은 5,500불인데 알아들었슈? 네, 평당가 11불이면 평당가보다 높죠? 평당가가 얼마예요? 평당가보다 높은 걸로 해야 돼요. 손해 안 보려면. 평당가보다 바로 위에 걸로 해세요. 그 주식이 있으니까 될 거예요. 10.8이면은 11불짜리. 5월 5일 어린이날. 그러다 그냥 주식 거래하지 말고 가치 있어요. 그러면은 이거는 만기일까지 퉁치고 나가든지 아니면은 그냥 수익 줄 거니까. 그러다가 혹시라도 얘가 더 꺼진다 그러면은 요 프리미엄이 더 생기니까 평단가가 낮아지는 거예요. 그러면은 50전이 더 낮아지는 거예요. 아니 50전이 아니구나. 20전이 낮아지겠구나. 그러면은 그 다음에는 그 아래 것도 팔고 그러면 되니까. 파이팅. 돈 많으면은 할 수 있는 거가 많아. 현금 많으면. 뭐? 그러니까 더 내릴 것 같으면 그러니까 판단을 해야 돼. 자기가 손절하고 자르든지 아니면은 홀드 할 거면은 옵션으로 프리미엄으로 받든지. 어차피 옵션을 팔아놓으면은 옵션이 가루되면은 그건 다 100% 내 수익이 되니까 그건 상관없어요. 만약에 샀으면은 가루가 되지만 판 거기 때문에 어차피 크레딧을 미리 받은 거니까 그거는 나중에 가루가 되면은 나는 빵원만 주면 되니까 상관없어요. 그러니까 전략이에요, 전략. 어떤 전략이 자기에 맞냐 맞춰가지고 하면 돼요. 그러니까 내리는 폭이 프리미엄보다 훨씬 그러면은 당연히 팔으면 나한테 득이 되죠. 아니 그게 이해해 보세요. 비싼 가격에 팔아놓고선 비싼 가격에 팔아놓고선 그게 급격히 가치가 떨어져 버리면은 다 그게 다 내 소득이 되는데 이거는 게임이 맞는 게임이죠. 그게 판자의 특권이죠. 설사 상장 폐지가 된다 그래도 그 부분은 챙기죠. 왜냐면 어차피 나는 벌써 받아본 크레딧이기 때문에. 아, 원금까지 가는데 그건 2차적인 거고. 일단은 지금 준이님 같은 경우에는 주식을 손절할 생각을 안 하니까 손절 안 할 거면 그렇게 해서 지금 얼마야? 5,000불, 5,500불. 5,500불이라도 현금을 이렇게 받아 놓는 게 낫죠. 지수는 더 빠져야 된다고 봐요. 그래야지 안정적으로 다시 한번 올라올 업사이드를 우리가 잡을 수 있을 거예요. 지수는 빠지는 걸로 합시다. 지수는 앞으로 한 3% 더 빠지는 걸로. 앞으로 한 3%가 아니군요. 0.7%더 빠지는 걸로. 쇼딕절. 지금 테슬라, 엔비디아 뭐 그런 일종의 뭐 큰 주들 야, 오늘 진짜 바쁘다. 어제부터 변동성이 생기기 시작해요. 여러분 그걸 느끼세요? 지금 마켓 발로토리티가 생기기 시작해요. 아래로든 위든. 이게 이제 돈을 벌려면 돈을 벌을 수 있는 그런 타이밍이 슬슬 오는 거예요. 생각 전환이 필요합니다. 속도를 밟아야 돼요, 이제는. 우리가 그간 거의 한 달 동안 발로토리티가 없는데 너무 익숙해져 있어가지고 적응을 못하는 것 같은데 어제부터 이 마켓 발로토리티가 엄청나게 이제 올라오고 있어요. 하루의 변동성이 엄청 커요. 하루 안의 변동성이. 이런 거를 잘 잡으면은 인트라데이 트레이드에서 돈을 벌죠. 많이 잃을 수도 있고. 그러니까 많이 벌리지 말아요. 이 종목 저 종목 많이 벌리지 말고 하는 것만 집중하세요. 그리고 폭등주, 테마주 따라가지 말고. 그거는 많이 먹을 수는 있지만 안정적으로 가지 못하기 때문에 변수가 커요. 어떻게 하면 잃지 않나? 주식과 옵션을 잘 섞어가지고 고민을 해보세요. 단순하게 양방을 잡지 말고 좀 더 이렇게 프로텍티브하게 잡는 방법을 생각해보고. 아마 그거를 오늘 끝나고 한번 강의를 해드릴게요. 언제 하지? 픽업 가야 되는구나. 다 한 방향이네요. 쭈리님은 완전히 다 한 방향이네. 해지가 안 돼 있네. 뭐 시간을 두고 기다리는 방법밖에 없을 것 같은데 지금 와가지고 이제 해지 넣기도 애매한 위치고. PCE 목요일 금요일 GDP PCE 금요일 PCE 목요일 GDP. 이거 짧게 먹고 나올 수 있겠다 잘하면. 이제 손절하지 말고 기다려야 돼요. 쭈리님 지금 손절하면 현금 다 녹아요. 그러면 진짜 필요할 때 현금 없습니다. 소폭 손절, 소폭 익절. 난 손절이랑 익절이랑 익숙치가 않아 단어가. 지금 현금 녹으면 안 돼요. 현금 7월에 써야 돼요. 현금 붙들어 놓으세요 진짜로. 현금 붙들어 놔야 돼. 나도 계획이 없었던 TMF가 사져가지고 그냥 들고 있는 거예요. TMF는. TMF가 해치를 해줄 거기 때문에. 해치가 아니죠. TMF는 해치는 아닌데 해치라 그래요. 뭔가 하여튼 주식과 뭔가 도움이 될 거예요. TMF는 롱텀으로. 왜 이게 엑서사이즈가 됐는지 모르겠어. 그래도 좋아 어쨌건. 근데 신기한 거는 신기. 바이든 진짜 러닝을 할 수 있을까? 대통령을 다시? 오케이, 기억해 두겠습니다. 카피하겠습니다, 목두님. 목두님 의견이 맞으시면은 주말에 스타벅스 커피. 스타벅스 커피 기프트 카드 나갑니다. 저는 제 생각에는 테슬라는 먼저 선반영이 된 것 같아요. 이 사이클이 있잖아요. 테슬라가 이 대장주들 중에서 제일 앞서 나갈 것 같아요. 5월에 오히려. 미리 떨어진 애들이 먼저 올라오잖아요. 뭐 올라간다 그래가지고 많이 올라갈 건 아니에요. 그냥 뭐 한 180, 뭐 185 그 정도 가겠죠. 제가 그랬잖아요. 5월까지 200불은 안 될 것이다. Okay, okay, hold on, Milo. 오호, 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 워닝 사인, 오호, 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 안 돼, 안 돼, 안 돼. 우리는 목두님 지표를 이용해야 됩니다.